Hello, and welcome to Tales from Tumble Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind. I am the Dungeon Master for Avress, the Shattered World, and we are starting up today with let's be a little bit different today. At least for the beginning of our session. We'll get to that in just a moment here. But a quick announcement: we'll actually be dark the next 2 weeks. We got some players out next week, and then I'm going to be out the following week. So we'll be back again on September 10th. Will be our official back with our continue with our adventures here. So I know we're all going to miss it, especially me. And but we'll see where things go from there. We'll go ahead and jump into our recap. You guys can definitely jump in with anything that you want to mention, or if I forget something here, but we'll just go ahead and pick up from last session. You guys were tracking down initially the broker who made the deal with Morgan, the scribe in the sewers that you met. The Tabaxi named broker was his name there, and you found him in the financial district there, and through some rather intimidating, some good intimidation by Lucas and everyone else backing him up there, we're able to find out who his contact was, who requested the copy of the book, managed to avoid any entanglement with the authorities, and made your way up to the Montgomery Cemetery on the eastern side of town, up on the top of the canyon. There, you encountered one Ormond Montgomery, the owner operator of the mortuary and cemetery, graveyard and such, and quickly determined that he was not a pleasant fellow, though he looked fine on the surface. His thoughts were anything but, as Amethyst delved into. An altercation began immediately, with him spending most of the time being paralyzed. But his assistant did come out there, one vampire, who came out and charmed Amethyst and turned her not fully against the party, but more made her an ally to the vampire initially, and the party managed to eventually take down Ormond. And before he could really bring up too much in the way of assistance from zombies and such. And the vampire, seeing the way things were going there, turned into a bat and fled into the night, not to be seen. And with that, you guys began to question and/or torture Ormond. And after getting some more information, finding out that Amethyst, delving into his memories, saw a meeting between Ormond and a person she knows, not well, but knows of, one Wraith. They seem to be in league with each other for something to do with the Dark King. They took Ormond back to the Ivory Lyceum, turning him over there, where they put him in some magical shackles and restraints so that he could not escape or cause any other harm. And after that, the group was left to their own devices for the evening. Now, I understand Sora went to the Temple of Light and had a bit of a discussion with one of the priests there. Who besides Sora who followed Sora down there to wait for her?
Definitely me.
Okay.
I wouldn't have let her go on her own.
Okay.
Eldon would have tagged along awkwardly, making notes.
Sure.
I think Eldon's the reason that she's going there, and that it was probably best if he goes back with the rest of the group, actually, and that's what Amethyst would tell him.
Okay.
The problem is that we all actually need to stay together is the most important thing. I don't know why. Trevor,
I absolutely agree with that, and hopefully I'll be bringing Sora back when she's done whatever she needs to do in that place that I'm not going in.
I would love to say that I probably take long, but if I went to bed, I don't know. Unless someone woke me up to go, I probably would still be asleep, I would imagine.
Um, okay, well, I will go back to our room then.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty, and then Lucas, were you gonna head off on your own?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I assume not alone then.
No, I'll try
Okay.
and find Elindra.
Okay, no problem. Either, yeah, you can obviously invite her up to yours or go to her place, either one. Um, both are options there. So then ultimately, I just want to find out then. So Sora, you had your discussion there, and we had a little offline there. We can kind of pick up with the Trevor, and we'll just say Trevor and Eldon back at the Copperhead Inn, staying there for the evening. So I guess we'll cut to the exterior of the temple. Sora, you coming on out there, and Amethyst is waiting for you. You guys are able to walk back in peace and quiet.
Are you okay?
I will be. I think we need to talk to the group in general and lay down some do's and don'ts and compromises, though.
I think definitely need to talk to everybody about us as a group moving forward and what it's okay and not okay to do, or how it's okay to act. And that some of us might have a problem with things like torture and, stuff. We're supposed to be the good guys,
Yeah, right. Like, I don't understand how torture is not already factored into don't do. I don't get it.
Yeah, me too.
All right. So you see again, discussions on the way back to the Copperhead. You're able to get there. Are you two gonna stay in the same room then?
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
mind if I stay with you
No,
tonight?
absolutely not. I'm actually quite terrified. I would welcome the company.
Okay. And then Eldon and Trevor, are you guys in your own rooms, or are you guys bunking up together? What do you
I'd
decide to
say
do?
it's pretty safe to assume I think we would bunk together at this point.
Yeah, I have alarmed the door.
Okay.
Also, I'm a little bit staying up late. I've brewed myself
Sure.
some tea.
I'd be
And
snoring at this point, probably.
yeah,
All right.
I am making plans and items now that I have encountered a vampire and a necromancer, and suddenly scary things are on the table of things happening in the world.
Okay.
So,
All right.
yes.
Then we'll eventually everyone from whatever discussions, projects, eventually everyone will be drifting off to sleep. And at that time, uh, you each, based on the fact that you're preoccupied about things, worried about things, have various things going on there, something start to kind of creep into your dreams. And we're going to start with Eldon. I'd like everyone to go ahead and deafen. And when, so just come back. So
Just like go up to
uh,
the different room.
when I give this, oh no, just hit the
Yes.
headphones key, so you deafen, so you can see what's going on, but you can't hear it.
I see it. Okay, got it.
Yep. And I'll see a little icon when it pops up there. So eventually, I will give you kind of this signal to come back, and that will be the signal to kind of undeafen and come back. So hopefully you'll all picked up that, and if I can, I'll message in the chat as well. So go ahead and deafen now, except for Eldon.
Okay.
Okay. All right, there we go. So Eldon, it takes a little while, but eventually you do go to sleep. You've been preoccupied, but the exhaustion kind of does take its toll, and you eventually do fall asleep. And typically, you don't dream. You're it's not it's very much a imagination thing, and while you have imagination and creativity, it's not doesn't manifest in a way that you normally dream. But this time's a little bit different. You find yourself looking around at an absolute nightmarish landscape of clockwork. Gears and cogs all mishmashed together, pistons and rods moving, shifting, and everything is just grinding and clanking and crunching. And you can just see that nothing fits the way it's supposed to, and there's just stuff jammed into the gears, and nothing's working right supposed there. And you find yourself like kind of being frustrated by the sensations all around you. You look down, and in your left hand you see a wrench, and you look up and look around there, and you look down. It's a hammer, and you look and blink, and it's a screwdriver. Whatever you need tool wise, it seems to appear as this little tool. But in your right hand, you look down, you see an oil can, and with both hands there, you look around at this strange machine, and what do you do?
Start to fix it. If it's, I mean, everything's broken. This is ridiculous. This is not how it should be. Everything should be working. So I'll start to the nearest thing to me. Immediately go to that and start fixing it, making sure it's running properly.
All right. So you actually you start moving in there, and just immediately with whatever the tool shifts into on one hand and the oil can in the other there, you're able to um start getting some things working right. And you don't know how much time passes. It seems like you just move from thing to thing to thing to thing. And in your mind, somewhere in the back of your mind, you're thinking, this would take me years to do all this. But it just sort of like, it's almost like a montage. It's just sequence of fix this, fix this, fix this. And eventually things start to move smoothly. Things start to shift the way they're supposed to. The pistons are moving in and out of the cylinders smoothly. The gears are turning the way they're supposed to, and you kind of look around in accomplishment. But as you look, all of the cogs and gears, all the connection points, and everything else, that you see scarlet, red, dripping down through them, kind of spinning around through the gears and the cogs. And you look down at your feet, and you're standing in a pool of red. And you glance at the oil can, and the oil can in your hand is dripping blood. You wake up, and it's that same time you always get there, 5 o'clock exactly. You check your timepieces and think, look around, and it's, what was that? And you're reminded of the paper that Trevor gave you. You pull it out,
Yeah.
you dig through your belongings there and pull out this little sheet of paper. And there's as you glanced at it before but didn't look at it in detail, but there's definitely cogs and gears and such, and it's some sort of an odd assembly. And it takes you a minute to figure out that it's definitely a part of a machine, but it's not complete, and you can't tell the scale. There's nothing to scale on there. But there's also some writing. But the writing's a language you don't know. You think you should. Go ahead and give
This is
me
this
a
is
religion
yeah.
check.
Say bright. Okay, religion. Yep.
Yeah, that's my religion check.
Second. Is loading.
Okay, no worries. Okay.
17.
You realize it's not a language you ever encountered specifically, but it's Modrish, the language of Mechanus. The Modron spirits
Okay.
use this language. Here's the language of machines.
Hmm.
And nothing you've ever translated or learned specifically, but there's definitely symbols in various places pointing to things like that. And so, without a scale, without knowing what that words are saying, you're not sure what this is for exactly. But it does remind you of something. It reminds you ever so much of the internal workings of an automaton, specifically the heart. What drives the machines?
Interesting. I will have to speak with him when he wakes up. How interesting. Hmm. Fascinating. Interesting dream. I don't dream much. That was interesting. Hmm. I'll go ahead and sit down, and I'll pop a little light as one of my little balls light up
Sure.
in a little 5 feet sphere around me.
Okay.
And just start making little notes of the dream, kind of like write down the dream.
Okay. Alrighty.
And
And with that, I think we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and bring Sora.
okay, cool.
I
Yep.
will actually message there so she pops in. Okay. So Eldon, go ahead and deafen, and thanks,
I shall
Sora.
deafen.
Excellent. Sora. It takes you a while because you and Amethyst have a discussion, and yes, and so eventually you do drift off to sleep, and even though you've been troubled by the evening's uh, events, you do eventually find sleep. And does Sora dream a lot? You think? Does Sora have many dreams?
I would think she did. I mean, she's got the boyfriend nobody knows about, so
Sure.
probably.
Yeah. Okay. So your dreams kind of drift in and out between various things like that. Some things that are sort of memories, things that are sort of hopes maybe for the future, or just kind of things that prey on your mind to kind of filter into your dreams sometimes like this. This one feels a little bit different. You find yourself standing in sort of a dark, large, open space. And it takes you a moment to figure it seems like a cave or something large. But as you stand there's breath puffing from your lips. It's very cold in this room. You kind of feel the chill seeping into you in a way that you're not used to. You've been underground in the cold. I mean, you've recently been in the sewers and it was kind of chilly there, but this is different. This is freezing. You look ahead of you and there's a mound. And on this kind of raised area there are two eggs. Now, you probably haven't seen many dragonkin eggs.
Nope.
I mean, there's not really a hatchery or that your family uses or anything else like that, and there hasn't been any children born since you. I mean, you're one of the youngest of your family. Actually,
Right.
you and your sister and deceased brother were the youngest. So you assume they're dragonkin eggs. They're maybe about a foot or so tall, about um, maybe about 2 feet tall, 18 inches around or so. Um, and there's just two, and they're very silvery in color, kind of shining silver and almost illuminated from within. As you stand there looking on, not sure what to do, you're and you see little lines start to appear. The egg on the left is just you see the cracks forming. Egg on the right, there's almost light appearing from within those cracks. You can kind of see the illumination within as the cracks form on the shell. The eggs look identical on the outside. What do you do?
I'll go up to it to see what I can see.
Okay.
Click closer, like
Okay.
peer into the egg. Yeah.
Okay. So as you get closer there and kind of look down there, and you see that as you get closer, the raised mound that they're sitting on there seems much taller as moving closer there, until you're almost looking at eye level at the eggs. As it slopes down toward it there and the mound rises up there, you see the eggs there. They're right at eye level there. And after a few moments, chunks of shell start to pop off. And the left egg, the darker one, the shells fall away, and you see a small form, scaled, black in color, as it kind of pushes its way out there. A black dragonkin child. And you see it pull itself out there and sort of sit there and just sort of looking around a little bit there for a moment. And it's just sort of making small noises and looking around the room there. It's like a middle miniature, like child version of Dragonkin.
Right.
As you watch the other shell cracks away and starts to form there, and you see a silvery colored dragonkin, like kind of very pulls itself free and sort of looking around, very proud, and you know, at first you think silver dragonkin. That's why it's so cold. That would make sense. But no, the scales are not they're not silver of this one. They're definitely platinum.
Okay.
As you look, you hear a sound that you're just drawn on this little platinum dragonkin. You see it sort of like stretches and flex there, and some little tiny wings start to unfurl from it. But while your attention is there, you hear a sound, and you look back to the little black dragonkin. And you saw this one's female, and it starts to distress, and you see little like strange little bulges forming on each shoulder and on the chest. And as it like starts to screech, the one on the shoulder over here splits open. There's an eye, bright red in color, and it splits open further, and a little second head starts to push its way out. This one red in color. And as you watch the other three come out, this one white, this one green, this one blue, as this little five-headed dragonkin drops to all fours, kind of like, and all five heads sort of scream in unison. But the two just stop making noise, look at each other, and look at you. And as you watch, they seem to be content for the moment. No hostility between them, sort of looking around the room, looking at you. And there's a sound. You hear something. You're not
Is it
sure
familiar?
what's wrong. Not really. It's a scraping, crunching sound. And it's just sort of almost like grinding, just on and on and on. And you can't see where it's from. You look for the source of the sound, and the two of them start to look around as well, like they can hear it as well. And as you watch the three of you standing there, the two little ones and you, the chamber dims, and the grinding, crunching, scraping sound gets louder as voices, slow chanting. The dark, it comes. Over and over, and a cacophony of different pitches, different sounds, all in Draconic. You hear that as the darkness moves in, the sound gets louder, and the last thing you see before it's completely dark is the little platinum one shining, and then winks out, and you wake up.
Okay.
And we're gonna
That's a
switch.
lot to process.
We're gonna switch over to Trevor next, and so we'll go ahead and have you go ahead and Devin.
Okay. Hang on. I gotta get to the right.
No worries. Trevor, you're up. Oh, let's see. Message. Hopefully he sees that.
Okay.
There you go. All right. So Trevor, you are just snoring away, and your sleep is peaceful and restful. But somewhere in the middle of it, it's not a dream, but you find yourself standing in a chamber of some kind. You can't see the wall, but you can feel the floor underneath you, solid stone maybe, um, and hear a bit of echo around the chamber there. And you hear a voice, one that you've been hearing a bit off and on. Trevor, darling, good to see you. Had a bit of a harrowing experience, I understand.
Every day of the week, as far as I know.
Well, I mean, with the darkness there in the graveyard, I mean that's a bit of a rude thing to experience. Are you all right then?
I'm very well. I mean, I would have been a little better if we finished him off then and there, but he's secure.
This is true. Yes, it's always good to get information. Of course. Well, uh, if you ever have questions about things, please feel free to ask me. But I wanted to discuss your growing bond, let's say.
I'm all ears.
Well, at the moment, you sort of you don't hear a sound, but you feel a sudden warmth, and the chamber brightens very slightly, and then you do start to hear a sound from somewhere around you. Oh, I think the connection is forming nicely. And your ally is connection is growing, so reach out and see if you can sense a little bit more. And you do, as I assume, unless you want to.
Yeah, no, I would listen. I would do whatever she says at this point.
Okay, you kind of, and actually, you for some reason you kind of feel the warmth of the dragon claw necklace that you have. And it sort of warms the touch as well, and you put your hand around it, and you hear that little snuffling sound a bit there, and call out to it, darling. See if you can find its name.
And I will.
Okay. And you hear this nothing sort of stops for a moment. And you kind of get the impression of something looking around, like, what was that? And then you hear, and it sort of like forms, the words form in your mind. You can also sort of see them spelled out, and you realize it's Draconic.
Yeah, I'll talk out in Draconic to it.
The name means something, and you realize it actually means gout of flame to burn the world. Is the full name there? Gazrek Ishanoka. Oh, did you?
Oh, I was gonna write it. I'll do that later.
Go for it. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll do it all later.
Yeah, I have it. I'll send it to you.
I figured. You already have it.
And you see, very, very good. I, of course, can't hear it. I mean, it's not my place to. I just help facilitate the connection that you have. So, um, it's going to be a little while, I think, before you can really manifest the little one. But the connection is there. Very good. There may be other things that you find the capability for, but if there's ever anything you wish to try, feel free to ask.
I'm looking. I've felt a connection to the Fae as of recently. Not so much an actual connection of something. It's just more of a common interest.
I see. Well, I don't have many connections myself to the Fae perfectly, but I can definitely make introductions, let's just say. So I think the abilities are coming on nicely.
It is
I think
nice to finally speak with you, because all I've been
good.
hearing from you lately is whispers and whatnot. So it's free. It's safe to assume this connection. You'll now. Um, it's obvious you're tied to this coin, which has saved me more than a few times, which I appreciate as well.
Yes, yes. Um, well, when you're fully awake, it's a little harder to talk with you freely. It's a little easier when you're sleeping like this. So there may be opportunities in the future, but I think we'll see where things go. But I think things are moving along nicely, and you should get some more sleep. Gazrek will be waiting, and I think you'll. And you realize that she says his name out loud. She had said before that she didn't know his name.
Interesting.
And she just sort of, rest well, darling. And as you start to drift off more into that full sleep once more, you again feel that little puff of warmth, the warm air, the change in the temperature there. And there's a slight clinking of chain just as everything goes dark again.
Interesting.
And we'll cut there and move back over to Lucas.
Okay, so I'm deafening. Hold
Yep. All right, Lucas.
Yep.
So, whether you're in your room or Lindra's place, either one, it's fine. You do find sleep, obviously, at whatever point there, and essentially, uh, how much do you tell Lindra before you go to sleep there, or what you went through?
Yeah, well, obviously tell her, discuss it with her.
Okay.
It's her city, sort of. So she's
Okay,
good if she
so
knew about something.
she's definitely alarmed the fact there's a vampire out there, and that the necromancer's been taken to the Lyceum, and so it's all definitely dark things and a bit worrisome, but she seems confident that it's been dealt with anyway. So while she was concerned, she's not freaking out or anything else like that. So um, you're able to get some sleep, and as you're lying there, does Lucas dream a lot? You think? Are his dreams pretty vivid, or are they pretty mundane?
I'd imagine fairly mundane.
Okay, kind of uh, songs playing in your head there. Uh, just
Yeah.
okay. So
Probably going over things he's heard during the day and putting together
okay,
songs and things.
excellent. Okay, so let's say that you're having one of those things, of sort of like you get a mix of sort of like the graveyard feel and dark, spooky, gothic type sounds, along with more pleasant things you heard throughout the city earlier in the day. Um, kind of mixing with some of the odd dripping and rhythmic sounds of the sewer that you were in this morning. Seems so long ago. But eventually, the sounds sort of blend away and the music sort of fades. And you find yourself in darkness. At first, you think, peaceful sleep, it's all fading away. And then you realize that, no, this is more oppressive. This is you're someplace. This is not a usual feeling of peace and quiet because it's not quiet. You hear a sound and you realize as the sound starts to creep into your consciousness and start to try to push away the fading music and sounds you've been going over. It's the same sound you heard when Strega was talking about Drakal. That grinding, scraping, kind of crunching sound. Something large and maybe snake-like or something just sort of like the sound of rasping on rock and dirt. Almost a rhythmic pulse that's along with it. And where before you heard a little bit of a maybe some voices or maybe something, you're not sure. You do start to hear a low rhythmic chant. You can't make out the words. They don't really make sense to you. It's just more almost a formless. And as you watch, give me a perception check. It's an odd thing to do in a dream, but it's something that you find yourself looking and trying to make sense of what's around you. Those sounds, the reason why you do recognize them is you do start to piece together that it's a language. It's Draconic. I don't think you speak Draconic, do you?
Yeah.
You do. Yes, you do. Yes, sorry. And so you do start to piece it together, and so you start to hear grasp and tear, consume it all, bring it all together, bind it in darkness. Is sort of the the rhythmic chant that eventually cycles back around again to the same thing. And with that perception check, you see two other things happen here. As the voice as you're kind of tuning into the voices and picking out what they're saying, you see in the darkness all around you a pair of red lights appear, and another pair, and another, and another. And in that faint pinpricks of red light, you start to see a little bit of what's around you. And the darkness around you is moving. It's not blackness. You are surrounded by something vast and dark. You get the impression of scales or tentacles. It doesn't move like a snake. It doesn't move the way something reptilian would move, undulating and pushing and almost a writhing mass around you. And you can't help but be reminded of the things that it came out of the book and grabbed Master Cawthon.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is much larger. More pinpricks of light appear. And the last thing you see before you wake up is at the those pinpricks are eyes glowing red. And one set that appears belongs to a face that you know. Master Cawthon. Eyes glowing red, black jaw, sort of standing a little bit crooked. And you wake up.
Okay. So I think the red lights were lots of different. Do they like different sizes, different creatures, or?
Mostly humanoid by the look of it. And it's hard to tell much detail about them. Essentially, they illuminated enough that they're definitely humanoid figures. But other than that, you couldn't really specifically pick out features of them other than the eyes. You wake up, just kind of cold sweat, and Alindra wakes up next to you. You all right? That didn't seem like a normal dream. I mean, I deal with visions and stuff like that all the time. So, you okay?
Just a bad dream. Just a bad dream. Lot of things going on. Dark creatures around.
Makes sense. Well, if it's ever something you need some professional diviners to look into, you have me, and I think Professor might be able to help you too. So keep that in mind at least. Just go back to sleep. It's a couple hours, another hour or two to sun up.
Yeah.
You sort of settle back down to a dreamless and much more calm rest of the evening. We'll go ahead and switch back over to Bernie now. Bring
Just a
Amethyst in.
question, Jim.
Yeah, what's that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
When the bard visited me from
Mhm.
from the city, did he say they've been searching for my master and they've been unable to find him?
Yes. They said that he was missing. And part of the reason they came as he was last seen, well, I mean, the fact that you were his student, but that he seemed to be missing along with an item taken from their vaults.
Yeah.
So,
So they would have scried for him. That's what I was thinking. They would have.
as you think about that, they did mention that they tried to scry for him and couldn't find him, and it usually means that only one of two things: either they're in another plane of existence, or they are deceased.
Right. Okay.
So, or
Yeah.
maybe both.
Mhm.
Seeing as what you experienced there
Yeah.
back in the cave so long ago at this point. All right.
Okay.
So
Right.
we'll go ahead and grab Amethyst in here. So okay. Yeah, if you're out there watching, I hope you dig on the strange visions and dreams and such. This has been a long time coming for a lot of these things for these folks. So one more to go here. I see you're not deafened. Can you hear me okay?
I can now. I just turned my
Okay.
music off. I had it on that loud, so I couldn't hear Rob
Okay.
talking. That I didn't hear
Excellent.
anything.
Okay. So Amethyst, I know you and Sora have talking for a bit and chatting and staying up a little bit longer to kind of work through the the disturbing events of the evening, of course. But eventually, you guys both do fall asleep. And Amethyst, your dreams have always been kind of strange. Sometimes you seem to dream of other places and people. Although it happens more when you're awake than when you're dreaming. Your dreams tend to be a little bit more reminiscent of those strange visions you've had. But this one, you find yourself kind of floating in darkness, sort of like it's a pleasant warmth. It's just sort of a little. It's like being in like floating in water, but you can't really see anything. It's just sort of like that sensation of being carried along in a warm, buoyant liquid of some kind. As you look, you see motes of light out in the darkness ahead of you, and you find yourself drifting toward one of those motes of light. And as you get closer, it resolves itself into, well, 5, like little dots of light, each different color. And you see them, they're candles. And the one front and center, right in the middle of this little ring of candles, directly in front of you, you're almost like looking right at it as you kind of move toward it, is a brilliant purple flame. And you can feel the connection there. And obviously this is you, at least in this, amongst this circle. And the one next to it, leafy green flame, both bobbing in sort of an unseen wind, flaring a little brighter, a little softer. And you see these two flames often flickering in sync, often the same brightness, the same height, as they kind of move in sync with each other quickly, occasionally drifting on their own, a little bit difference there, but then often back into that same flickering brightness. You see the flame on the left is blue, and it reminds you of Gildor's blue eyes. And this one, you'll see, will flare the same height as yours occasionally, but they never match up in flickering. They just sort of flicker on their own, and it never syncs up completely. But the height of the flame, as one grows, the other will grow with it, and then grow back. You're drawn around to the one on the other side of Elia's candle. This one is orange, a bright orange, and you're reminded of the painting of the knife, that same orange color. And this one, it's its own. It often dims almost a little nub, and you can't see it. But as it grows, you'll see it will often flicker in time with the other flames. The last flame is a white flame. And you're like, a white flame? It's odd. But as you watch, it never wavers. Still. The flame never flickers. The flame never grows taller or brighter. It just sits there. And as you notice, every now and then, your flame will still move to the same height. Elia's flame was the same. The orange flame will occasionally still. Gildor's flame will occasionally match the height of the flame. But Wraith's flame never changes. It just sits there. Now, as you watch, there's, at the base of the candle, you see a silvery ring of something almost metallic form around the base. And after you notice that, tendrils of black start to creep their way up the candle, wrapping its way around there until it gets to the flame, and the flame turns black. Still never wavers, still never flickers, but now the flame is black. And while you're piecing this all together, you see one last thing catches your attention amongst this little vision here. Well, two more things that get your attention. First off, occasionally around your candle, there's a little flicker of a spark just kind of pops up every now and then. Just a little pop, like almost like one of those party candles that'll occasionally have a little sparkler effect to it. A little pop just dances around your flame. And as you kind of look them over there, you notice there's other motes of light out there in the darkness. You can't see details about them, but you can see them out there. One fairly bright off to your right, another one more distant off to the left. Maybe the vaguest possible ones dotting further out there in the distance. As you're thinking on this, it's quiet, peaceful, and you find yourself waking up. However, when you open your eyes, you're not in the room that you went to sleep in. Looking up, the room you're in is very, very beautiful, like plastered walls, crown moldings, fixtures everywhere. You're looking up at a plank wood ceiling. It's a dim sort of grayish light coming from somewhere, but you can't turn your head. You try to look to the sides, you can't turn. You're just looking up at the ceiling. And as you look, mist sort of appears, and you hear the sound of breathing in time with the puff of mist. Try to move. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save. Okay. You keep calm. That's sort of more exercise of willpower than anything else. Nothing is like forcing you out, but you keep your breathing kind of calm. You fight down any kind of rising panic for the moment of like, I can't move. What's going on? I can't move. And settle in. And as you sit there for a moment, the point of view changes as they sit up and look around a sparse room. Plank walls, weathered wood, a window off to the side, sort of caked with some dust, threadbare curtains letting in the grayish early morning light. And you hear sounds, strange sounds from beyond the room, this room that you're in there. Some voices, some footsteps, and whoever you're seeing through stands up. You kind of look and looks down at hands, long, thin fingers, pale skin. They step over to a chair and pick up a long black coat off the chair, settling on their shoulders. And I think you can probably figure out who you're looking through right at the moment.
Wraith.
As you think of that wraith, as you think of the term there, they look down again, and their hands, outstretch their hands, and black shadow starts to move over their hands and elongate and spread out across there until it forms into a long silvery blade. They take the hilt, put it up over the shoulder, settling in place on their back. To a sheath of some kind, maybe. It's hard to tell. Kind of a low growl as they move to the door. They pause the door. I need you to give me another wisdom save. The door goes to push open and it pauses. And you just hear, and he pushes open the door. And for just a brief moment, you catch, when the sunlight hits your vision, and you see a couple of things. It's a village of some kind, lots of ramshackle buildings, and maybe a water off to the left there. Some more buildings off to the right. And give me a perception check to see if you notice, see what you notice. Okay. Two things. First off, as they start to step through, you feel the shake of the head. Kind of, and they sort of look around there. As they glance around, you see bobbing in the water over on the coastline. Some kind. There's a dock and a ship sitting there. People working on it. Not like a fishing vessel. Everything else is like little tiny like fishing boats. But there's actually a larger sized like ship bobbing in the water. And one last thing you catch, faint smell of like rotting eggs catches your nostrils. Just, ugh. And as you kind of wince at the smell of it, you just hear, "Get out." And you are forced back to your own body. Looking up at now the ceiling of the Copperhead Inn, you hear Sora still softly snoring next to you. And you are back. Still feeling the kind of the chill of that cold air wherever that was.
You
And
think?
the even chillier sensation of touching that mind.
And him knowing that I'm there again.
But one thing about that, something that it dawns on you as you're standing there. The flames of the candles. You're reminded of that again. This flame never moved. It never synced up with anyone else. Occasionally, other flames would still and match his. His never matched theirs. You start to piece together what that might mean.
Do I?
And it's starting. It'll come to you. So you find yourself wondering, what does that mean? What is the difference? Why is his different like this? And we'll go ahead and bring everybody back here as everyone's waking up now.
Yay, we're back.
As you're all waking up at this point there, and we'll get our last two there. Hold on, you kind of see Trevor. He's still kind of snoring peacefully at this point as you're looking over the schematics that he had given you. Sora and Amethyst, you're both awake, and I would assume probably looking a little bit shaken by what you each saw.
That's the word.
Not
And
stirred,
Lucas,
shaken.
and Lucas is well, he's not with you. So the two of you can go ahead and discuss if you wish.
I forgot to shout Rob back.
Okay. Okay. We see Trevor come back too at some point here. So we'll kind of go from there. But yeah.
So
Two
do
of
we
you can
like wake
obviously
up at the
discuss.
same time?
Not quite the same time. You actually Amethyst, you wake up a little before Sora. Sora's still sleeping as you come to. And so you don't really see and Sora, we'll just say that you woke up, saw Amethyst still sleeping, kind of drifted back to sleep yourself. So the two of you are sort of like both waking up in that moment of,
Trevor's
oh,
back now.
okay. So everyone's back here, and so you guys can obviously discuss what you saw or not, as the case may be. Do you want to cut to breakfast and all discuss, or does somebody want to discuss on your own first?
I don't mind
think-
telling everybody.
Okay. And I feel like some of you are going to keep it to yourselves, so and that's totally fine. But at least
I think I would tell the whole group because they already know what they know. So I would probably tell the whole group.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'll go ahead and cut to breakfast. Assume you guys are going to get together if you're what you're going to do here. You do have an appointment at the Library Lyceum to read some specific books. We'll cut to. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So cut to breakfast, and meals are served. You're able to discuss whatever you wish.
So the meals are served, but I'm not really eating. I'm kind of just picking at it. Still mulling over what exactly that meant.
Um, it's just another morning. I am drinking my early morning coffee, and I am jotting down some notes in a book, and drinking and picking at the food as I normally do.
Did you not have a dream?
Uh, I'm sorry, what?
Did you have a dream?
Oh, yes, I did, which was truly interesting. I never actually quite have dreams, so it was a new thing. Yes.
I thought it was just me. You had a dream too?
I had a
Yes.
weird dream.
This is not the first time I've had a dream, but it is definitely among the very, very few times it has ever happened.
I mean, I dream all the time, but this type of dream I've never had before.
Um, I wrote one down. Would you like to hear what happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it'll take my mind off of what happened to me.
So it is truly interesting. So I was in a massive room that was all full of, well, you know how I like to do mechanical things like cogs, and I will like hold, like just gesture to me. And I have you ever heard of a modron?
A what?
No.
So there is a plane of existence. I'm gonna like go into this massive explanation about like how they're a lawful plane of existence that is like fathered by a god of like law, that everything has to be set in order, and he has these servants called motrons that are clockwork robots, more or less, that go out and search for things every couple of 100,000 years. There's like a massive march of modrons where the modrons fill the mortal plane of existence, and they discover new things, and it is all perfect clockwork mechanisms. And how, you know, at one time the gnomes had studied the motrons, and that's how we kind of came up with how we do clockwork, and like through until probably it's you asked me to stop. Yeah. And then after that whole long old speech, so anyway, I was back in this massive area, and it seemed to be the inside of a modron's heart. I'd never seen such a thing. It's interesting.
It's weird.
Nice. Inside the heart?
Yes. I mean, there is definitely more thought to go into dreams. I have heard of individuals, divination people mostly, studying dreams. I may want to pick up a book or two now that I've actually had a dream and actually paid attention to it. Uh, so it is probably something important I will look into.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Good. Maybe they can help. I think mine's a little bit more literal though. I think. So I was inside this cave and it was like super cold. And I could see my breath. And up on this like pillar were two eggs. They were the same. They looked the same. Then they started to hatch. And one came out was black and the other one came out was silver, and but not silver, more platinum. And then the black dragon started to spawn more heads, red ones and blue ones and green ones. And then this weird eerie sound kept going, like scratching on the walls, but like I didn't see anything. And then as I wanted to reach for the egg, well, dragons now at this point, to protect them, the wall caved in and I woke up. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean.
I mean, I feel like it's probably got something to do with the dragons that are hatching from different colour eggs and stuff. But I've got no idea what that means. That's a bit
But like, we're
weird.
the only ones that know that. That's not something that's really known to the rest of the world. You only know that because I took you to go see my brother, who told me that. Well, told us that. But like the rest of the world doesn't know about that. That's kind of like a big old secret.
Yeah, but it's you that have the dream, not the rest of the world.
Right? But like the eggs hatching, different color dragons hatching from a specific type of dragon. That didn't, the rest of the world doesn't know about that.
No. Does anybody else have a dream?
Are we all at the table now, Jim?
I assume so. Yeah. At this point, everyone's come together and they're just sharing what you've got, what you experienced there.
I would just be like, not like, I guess I wouldn't, like, if they told me to share, I would. Like, I wouldn't have a reason to not share everything. But I'm kind of like hesitant, you can tell. Like, I'm just sitting there quietly, like, not even really eating my food.
Did you have a dream, Trevor?
I reckon I did.
What was that like? I'm totally just putting off even thinking about mine, so carry on.
Well, we'll say is this. I've told you about the voices. You've already known that. Amethyst, you specifically, we've talked. It was just more of that. So I'm coming into something soon, more or less, and that's all I really remember. She's connected to this coin of mine. I was right in that assumption. And
Who is?
Lucia.
Oh.
I've told you the name before. You might just not recollect it. Above table, I might actually not have said the name.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I don't think so.
But yeah, I did tell her for sure that I had the dream, or I had the that someone was talking to me because you asked before. But I would just go over the details of the dream, essentially.
Well, they weren't there, so they don't know what it was. So whatever you tell them is all they're going to know.
Yeah, I would tell them everything, like everything that happened, what you told me, and everything of the sort. So yeah, now I just got to remember what, because they couldn't hear. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to like recollect everything that was said. But basically,
you can just sum up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, but basically, as far as something that's going to be coming to me in the future, as something of, and it has something, and I'd pull out the necklace, and it would have something to do with this, and then give them a rundown of a dragon, and or some kind of dragon connection, and then really that's all I can.
Dragon connection?
Something that's the impression I got, Sora, but I don't know much, to be honest. I think she's mostly trying to keep me on a particular path, and she wants to make sure. It doesn't seem like she has any ill intent towards me. I know that, or one could assume. But and apparently I can only talk to her in my dreams. I only hear faint whispers and faint laughter whenever I flip the coin or whenever I hold it in my hand.
So it's not that vampire then?
I cannot wait to shoot that vampire 4 times in the head.
Because she seemed to like that coin too.
No, it wasn't her. It was him. It was the guy we put in jail.
Oh, was it? I thought it was a vampire.
No, the vampire didn't. It was the guy we put in jail. That's why I was so adamant about going to the jail to try to talk to him. But like, they won't ungag him for me to do that.
No, because it probably
because
cast a
it's
spell.
got a spell that could annihilate all of us.
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
Unless, isn't there a spell that blocks all of magic?
If there is one, I don't have it.
No, I don't either, but There might be someone there who has it, who can cast like an anti-magic thing and then unveil him and let him, because then at least then he wouldn't be able to actually do any magic. But
So
hopefully.
what about you? You were twitching pretty good last night.
Yeah, what about you, Lucas? Did you have a good dream last night?
Too. No, I didn't ask Lucas. He wasn't
I
here
did.
last night. He
I
wasn't
asked
even
him.
in the tavern last night.
He's here now.
Yeah, what about you, Amethyst? What dream did you have?
Yeah,
I asked you first.
I asked you first.
Yeah, but I asked him when I asked Trevor. I was like, did Lucas and Trevor have dreams?
Wow,
Sure,
somebody's
sure.
pushing it up.
I had a dream and I woke up and I had a vision and it wasn't pleasant, and I will discuss it with you shortly. I'm still trying to process it in my tiny brain. Lucas?
I think I have a spell to make your head bigger.
No, thank you.
There's no making her head bigger.
I can actually a fascinating thing. I'll like peek out from behind my book.
rude.
I can, in fact, enlarge you.
I'm okay.
Just
I'm
her
good.
head.
I'm
Is
good,
she
thank
gonna
you.
be? Is she
If
gonna
anybody
be
needs enlarging here, it's you two midgets. So,
She's gonna look, just enlarge her head. Nothing else. She look like a sheet fucking bobblehead. Oh my
Yep.
gosh. Oh.
What, you mean you want me to look like Trevor?
Oh, be nice.
That is both hurtful
nice.
and
I like it.
accurate.
He just told me I
My
had a big
character.
head.
No, she said about he said about enlarging your head.
Yeah,
and
it's
I didn't say
After
Or
you said I
actually,
had
I
a
can-
big head.
make you
Stop.
not in the literal.
Stop deflecting, Amethyst, and start talking.
Yeah, how
Let's
was
just
that?
go down
How
here.
was that dream
I
of
don't
yours?
even know what it means. It's weird. I had a dream.
Nobody knows what theirs means.
Oh, I know.
Because obviously, you know that I am connected to 4 other people, and I saw candles. One of them was purple, which obviously represented me. One was green, which represented Elia. One was blue, that represented Gildor. And then there was a orange one. It was orange that represented the. She's a red-haired lady, isn't she? On the painting, the red-haired lady in the painting. And then there was a white flame, and all the other flames were kind of flickering and moving around, and sometimes they were moving around with each other, and sometimes they were like doing their own thing and stuff. But there was a white one, and it did not move at all. It was just still. And then I saw like a silver band around the base of the candle, and then all like black, creeping, horrible things coming up through the candle, and it was just the flame just went black, and that's obviously Wraith. And I feel like it means something. I don't know what. I don't know if he's got some sort of curse or a spell on him, or if he's been possessed or what, but obviously there's something going on there, whether it's the evil in him or the evil that's taken over him or whatever, but it's all a little bit creepy. But then I woke up from the dream and I wasn't here. I was somewhere completely different, but then I realized I was seeing through his eyes, and I saw like a bunch of people. I saw a boat and old people working around on the boat and stuff, and just like a little village and things. And then I saw his creepy, skinny, white, bony hands. And then he knew I was there, and he shouted, "Get out," in a really scary voice, I might add. And then I woke up next to Sora. And yeah, that was fun.
So, out of curiosity, if it was to ever come to this, and we had to stop Wraith, how would you feel about that?
I don't know. I obviously feel that the other people that I've met are connected to me. They're almost a part of me, as I'm a part of them. And I don't know how that feels, because I've obviously not met the other two yet, and one of them seems like they are, not very nice. But is it? Does he need to be rescued from whatever it is? Do other people need to be rescued from him? I mean,
I think it could be a combination of the both. From what you were describing, it sounded like it was a white candle and then blackness crept up from the bottom. Now,
yeah,
you could be right. It could be somebody's either doing this to him and he's not able to block it, thus meaning we need to save him and save people from him. Or it means he's discovered something that has turned him away from what he used to believe in and is now letting the darkness seep in.
but that all the other candles were all moving around as well, and his was just completely still. When it was white and when it was black, it never moved. It just was just still.
Well, could that mean that nobody knows who he is? Or
I
where
don't know.
he is? And
Does it
if that's I mean, you said you don't really feel, I mean, you feel connected, but you don't really know him like you know the others, right?
I mean, yes and
I mean,
no. I only just recently met Elia, and I've always felt connected to her, as I have with all of the others. And obviously, I haven't had the same experiences with the others that I have with the people that I've met. And I think my connection with Elia was always stronger. She was the first one I looked for, but they're obviously all part of the same soul with me, and
right.
I feel like somebody who shares that can't be inherently evil. But then, what do
But
I know?
if you split a soul into what, 5 pieces? There's 5 of you. If you split it, you've got to be able to split the personalities that go with it too.
Yeah, but like Adi is connected with 5 other people, 6 other people. None of them are evil, as far as I know.
But
And I do want to go back and talk to her.
I mean, that doesn't mean that that's how many she knows of so far, and she may not have found the evil one.
No, that's all of them.
That's all of them.
Yeah, the 7
I
of
mean,
them and 5 of us.
some of us generally may not have an evil streak, but you can't assume that there's not evil in everybody somewhere. Like when we get angry, that's essentially a sign of evilness. It's how we deal with it that combats that.
But I mean, the person the soul that belonged to the person that had it before we had it, he didn't seem like he was an evil person. In fact, he was murdered by evil.
And you don't think that affected it?
Well, maybe, but I mean, if that's the case, am I evil too? Am I gonna go down the same?
It's what you do with it. It's not what makes you evil, it's what you do with it.
Looks at Alvin.
If you keep going if you keep going down the wrong path, then yes, you will be
Listen
evil.
to Sora.
Eldon's literally not paying attention right now at all.
No, he's not.
Of course not.
If you keep choosing the wrong path, whatever path it happens to be, you could become the evil person that you're trying not to be. You keep surrounding yourself with good people and choosing good things, then you become you stay as you are, basically.
I'm trying to. Looks at Eldon again.
Who is still like in the middle of writing down
What?
some notes, like and
Yeah, I look as
drinking
good
coffee.
good and bad are in the eyes of the beholder. No pun intended.
Where? Oh, okay.
Right?
I mean, I'm not.
Ooh.
I feel like I'm
No.
sort of in the middle. I'm not really good or bad.
I honestly feel that to a 10th degree myself, because I'm good if the money's right, and I'm bad if the money's better.
The
But that
job, I
doesn't
get paid.
necessarily make you an evil person. That
I
just makes
never
you
said I
out
was
for
evil.
profit. Exactly. But like if you keep choosing that this is the wrong way to do things, that inherently makes you an evil person.
I mean,
I'm going to shake Eldon at this point. You should be listening to this.
If you want to
Oh,
speak of, if
wait.
you want to speak of deflection, which we're all guilty of to a purpose, it
I'm
really
getting
just
in the
depends
middle
on.
of whatever this is. What is happening right now?
Because in all honesty, what Eldon did could be construed as wrong, considering he's done it before. But honestly, I don't really see myself doing much differently. I probably would have shot him in the head a lot sooner, granted, but even still, like, I mean, I can see perspectives.
Which
think
I
if Eldon
understand,
keep-
like, if we had killed him like we did, we had knocked him down. If we hadn't have brought him back just to be essentially tortured, everything would have been fine. But we brought him back to question him, and we've had what I thought was a discussion before about how I can't allow people to be tortured while in my care. And then we went off and did it anyways. And now elbow Eldon in the shoulder. I'm assuming I'm sitting next to him.
He was
I
all right.
am catching up
Restrained
on
at
this.
that point.
So Eldon will fold his book. A few things momentarily. Seems how I am getting clues now. So, first things first. What do you all know of the Dark Lord?
Which there's more than one.
The-
I just look up confused, like, no, not
The
much.
Dark Lord. What do you know of him?
Nothing.
Considering I've just now heard Dark Lord for almost the first time, not much, I would presume.
Only about what you told me about what was in that book.
Okay, so a quick moment of history to explain why I did what I did. The Dark Lord,
King.
a long time ago, Dark King, or Lord, depending. I have read so many examples, but let's go with Dark King, correct? So, do you know what demons are? Not devils, but demons.
I do.
Yep.
Yes, the plane of the abyss, a chaotic, evil plane of existence that truly evil things. There are truly evil things. This individual decided to go ahead and make a bunch of interesting deals and harness power from that, bring them here, and nearly wiped out all of existence on our entire plane of existence. Everything. All of it gone. Not only that, but he also partnered with many other evil beings, including many different undead, and was able to harness all of that power and maintained that for a long time. But truly a wizard of immense power. So, to explain what I did, no matter what, how to explain? The society must continue. All societies must continue. Each different race must be free to express themselves. However, your freedom to express yourself stops at the end of our noses, so to say. So when a being of immense power decides that he wants to end all of our noses, not just touch them, but end them, we must do what we can to stop, to hinder, to throw up any walls to distract, whatever we can to stop that. For my own self, I believe in that there is good in life, and that we, those of us who do have power, must do all that we can to continue societies and life and others' freedoms of the innocents. Yes? So,
Well, what's that got to do with throwing acid on someone who was restrained?
yes. So, back to what I was saying. The thing is that there are true evil beings in this world that will do whatever they can to maintain their power and to crush the innocents. In my opinion, for the greater good, there is nothing that we should not be willing to do to protect those. I myself would wade through an ocean of evil blood to get to the other side to make sure that I stand as a bulwark against that ocean, wanting to overpower the world itself. So, that being said, I myself, what I did was a way of distracting him. Yes, you were able to break into his mind, dive deep, and succeed on gaining the information we needed, partly due to my distraction of torture. Now, torture is not something I would like to do. I never actually want to do that. I would much rather be in a laboratory by myself and creating wonders aplenty. However, we find ourselves in a truly frightening time. I will do whatever it takes to hinder, to uh, break the concentration of evil that extreme. We are on the precipice of a truly terrifying thing, and where we are gaining more and more power every day. If he returns, we are done. I mean, it's society. I don't know if we are capable of stopping him again. We are somewhat fractured, and between the different, where it took a combination of everyone joining together to stop them. I don't know if we can do that again. So we have to do whatever it takes, including stomaching things that are not good, but will help us stop them. That is what is most important. We cannot allow him to rise again, or else it all ends. Everything.
Maybe
We
he
all
already
die.
has.
I agree with you about stopping any way means possible of bringing him back. He sounds horrible.
What if they've already done it?
Right.
What if that's who Wraith is now?
And it makes you no better than him doing the things that you're doing.
Not
But
necessarily.
I am willing to come to an agreement that if we all decide and we have a majority vote that we need to push it a little further than I am comfortable with, I will step aside and let you do what you need to do. But I don't like to do that, and I won't do it unless we all agree that it is necessary. Is that a willing compromise we're willing to take?
I am fine with you having to walk away if we must do things that are unpleasant.
Can we make a majority vote on that, though, before we just outright do it?
Yes.
If I may.
But yes.
And if anyone has anything to say, feel free to cut me off anytime.
I'm still waiting to hear about Lucas's dream.
And we will
Talk about
certainly.
serious things, man.
We will get there. We will get there.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine. What I will say is this: as far as the torture, no one stopped him with the trolling. And that trolling wasn't inherently evil. All it cared about was eating. Now, granted, it could be eating it didn't care what it ate. And nobody even wanted to stop him. Now, I see what you're saying about reviving them and then doing it again. But in future, I would very much be ill-advised to do something like that again. I think we can all agree to that. And I think, and if it does happen, I, for one, basically, in this group, you have my full support to do what you guys think is right. And there might be times we don't all agree, but the fact is, we're not friends. We're
Well, we should be.
Anyway, what I was going to say, we're not friends, we're family here. That's how I look at all of you. Now, how you might look at me kind of defeats the purpose. I really don't care. I just know that I would put my life on the line for any one of you. And I do honestly feel I get that honest respect in return as well. I really don't care what happens outside of our circle more than I should, but the preservation of innocent life is what must come first, regardless. Even if I didn't hold it in regard as some of you, which I do, by the way. But I'm just saying, from this moment on, we need to come together with what we have going on in the future. If we're not together, we will fall. That much I can assure you. But that's all I really have to say about that. I don't know why that turned into Forrest Gump at the end, and I'm sorry for that, but that's it.
It's okay. Sora will
Trevor.
get up and go over and give Trevor a big old hug.
I love you too, Trevor. Aww.
How's that for
Aw.
redemption, bitches? No, I'm just kidding.
But I think that
Uh-oh.
Sora and I are both struggling a little bit with Eldon's, as I see them, pretty evil acts, pretty downright not really something that,
Well, I'll say this
decent.
about that.
I just think that if we can just try not to do those sorts of things, we might not struggle quite so much.
So we're
Not
not
be
on this
so
too
hasty.
much. Keep in mind, I don't disagree with you. I just think we should be more open-minded to his thoughts and opinions on it.
Sora's obviously a paladin, right? And we had that whole thing before where she lashed
Took
out in
the
anger
hit.
at someone who was restrained, and she has been fighting with her conscience over that and going to the temple about it ever since. And I don't get that whole God thing, that, but she obviously needs that to try and find some sort of clarity in all of that. And then while she's still struggling with that, we've got he was a nasty person, he was an evil person, and he definitely deserved to be put with the doom clock in that horrible place and stuff. Not horrible place, but the
Doom clock? Okay.
that's where the doom clock went. Don't you remember the doom clock?
That's not where it went. No.
No.
Doom
was gonna
clock,
say that-
the
that-
Doom clock is the Vault of Light, which is
Yeah,
underneath
the-
the temple.
The
You
Doom
guys-
clock is in
I
the
was gonna
temple that I
say-
keep going
This is
to.
different.
Ooh.
This is
No.
different. Different
no,
place.
they
that's
did
where
it.
they put him.
Totally different place.
Yeah,
Totally.
they actually put him in the Ivory Lyceum somewhere. The guards and everything even came out and dragged him back in there somewhere. You don't know where
Right.
inside the building. Yeah, so totally different places. Yep.
Totally
Okay.
different place.
Oh dear. Okay. Right. I
So the
didn't know
temple
that.
I keep going to is storing the Doom clock in the basement, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the Vault of Light is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and I'll say one more thing without saying too much. And I meant to say this prior, but I know other people want to talk, and I do want to hear Lucas's dream. We haven't forgotten about that, by the way, there, Lucas. And I'll wink at him. But families fight, and we'll probably fight in the future. But in the end, we're all in this together, and I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah. We all
So,
came to this pit for
Lucas.
different reasons.
Lucas. I'm still hugging Trevor, by the way.
We're all just looking. I'm doing this thing with Lucas right now, by the way.
Yep. Now we're looking at you
Crossover hands, tilted head, all adorable looking.
with a big old
Yeah.
dragonborn hanging off of you. Yep.
Yeah, well, what about me? What dream?
What was your dream last night?
What dream?
Did-
Well, just a normal
He was
dream.
having other dreams last night, apparently,
Maybe you didn't sleep.
of the female persuasion.
Did you have
Were you-
relations?
Were you
with,
awake all night? Were you awake all night?
I had a dream about a girl.
Did you
Does it
have
make
physical
sense?
relations last night? Yes.
Oh, we don't need to know about that. That's personal, guys.
It's clear
All
to
right.
me that Trevor. I'm Trevor. It's clear to me Lucas doesn't want to speak on this right now, and I can respect that.
Why don't
Did
we
you
head
sleep
over to
well
the
last night?
library? Why don't we head over to the library and get our books?
You just hear Trevor groan going to the library again.
You don't want your book?
We got to get
Yeah,
my book.
I do want that book very, very much, actually. But I hate reading so very much. But I know it's vital for you all. I'm not saying we shouldn't go. Just know that libraries are not my favorite place to be.
That's because they're all dusty.
Well, that's what.
Not the Lyceum.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's
It's pretty
true, not the
immaculate.
Lyceum.
Anyway,
so-
shall we go? Sorry, Jeff.
Okay, no worries. So you guys go ahead and finish up last of your drinks and food, whatever else that, and um, head on out over to the Ivory Lyceum. We'll say it's probably around 10 o'clock or so at this point. You guys have this long discussion, and some of you slept in a little bit. One sec here, let me respond to something real fast.
Oh,
So Lucas didn't sleep at all then? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say
We
that.
didn't sleep well, and he just didn't respond. So we're going to let him not respond.
Did you dream at all last night?
Ooh, me.
Seems very weird that we've all had weird dreams and you didn't.
Maybe we're special.
Maybe he's special.
I mean, he is a bard.
So you guys talk as you're heading, and I see him there. By the time you get there, it's around 10 o'clock or so. Things are pretty well, pretty well. The sun's high up in the sky. It's actually a very bright sunny day today. Though still cold because it is late winter. But you're once you're in the Lyceum there, you're kind of ushered up to where Professor Martinet is essentially meets you guys at this much smaller library. And specifically, while the main library you were in is a vast room with like multiple bookshelves all the place there and stacks everywhere. I mean, probably thousands and thousands of books in there. This one is much smaller. There's only about maybe a dozen or so sets of shelves, and it's a fairly square room. And there's little alcoves off all around the outside. And there's not a librarian specifically here, but there are actually today. You do see that there's a few more guards posted around the place as you're led into here, and there's actually a guard now posted inside this room. You see, there's actually a handful like full-on. He's in metal armor, has a sword and shield on his sword on his hip, shield on his back, and is just sort of like just like watching closely. You see actually a kind of closed-faced helm. Can't really see his face specifically, but he's just sort of standing there quietly inside the room to the left of the door. And Professor Martinet says, "Well, good to see you. I think our guest is, well, resting peacefully as making sure that he's not going to cause any trouble. We'll determine what we're going to do with him and find out things. But I figure you do have a couple things. First of all, the books, the books of enhancement. Which ones so essentially she'd ask which books do you want, and then would direct you off to one of the alcoves where you can read for a bit and gain your stat boost.
I will be increasing intelligence.
Okay,
So I am now at 22.
excellent.
Charisma for me.
Okay,
And me.
okay,
I mean, definitely, I would say dexterity for sure,
sure, okay. Yep.
because that brings me to a 19, which 19 doesn't really, but
I mean, it's
not
still
bad.
plus
It's
one
still
to
doing-
everything.
Yeah, it's plus
Yeah.
one. So yeah.
And anything that boosts your dex by one, if you take a feat later on, will actually
Yep.
take that 20. So awesome. All right. So yeah, you're able to kind of settle in. There's a kind of a comfortable a desk there and a very comfortable chair that you can kind of plunk yourselves down in. And as you sit to read, you can just kind of feel that presence, that clarity of mind you felt in the main library, where you're able to kind of absorb and read things faster than normal, is magnified here. And you are able to just essentially, you look at a page, couple seconds, flip the page, and you've scanned and retained what you've read in that page. It's literally like click, flip, 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 and you're able to actually like continue, like move it, read it at a much more accelerated pace, and you're retaining much more of it. And within a matter of about 8 hours or so, you get the full effect of that book. And it's just +2 stat bonus.
How do we add the +2? Sorry.
So if you just go to in Beyond, if you go to your attributes, so if you go back to your character builder, so you got the little anvil icon there on your page, you can go back and modify your stat. You can also do it by clicking on the stat itself. Let me just pull mine up there faster.
Yeah, you can literally just add 2 to it, like when you're editing it, which is kind of cool.
And there is an override score as well.
Have you got
Or
my
you
page
can just
open?
add
No,
the
I do
book.
not.
I picked
You
up
can
strength,
also-
by the way,
You can also
just to clarify.
drag the actual book.
Yeah, you can just
Your
drag
inventory.
it.
Oh
That's what I
yeah,
did.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
add the book, equip the book. Yes, there is that too. I forgot about that too. So there is an actual item for each one. Manual of Tome of Leadership and Understanding, I believe, is the charisma one, and
Charisma
Leadership
one.
and influence.
Tome of Clear Thought is the other one.
Yep.
Manual of something is the one for strength.
yeah. So I mean, you guys can whichever way you do it, boost your stat by 2. And so you either do it by the anvil and modifying your attribute. You can click on the score itself and do an override where you increase the score. Just add +2.
Manual of Gainful Exercise for the
Is the strength one, yeah.
strength one, yeah.
Yep.
Dexterity is quickness action.
After you're completed this, and so normally the book takes 48 hours to read, and you're able to do it in 8. So here. So it's a long day. You do take a couple of breaks, and so basically it'll be around dinner time or so. Well, dinner time when you're finished. So, but I know some people. So essentially, when you finish there, Professor Martinet sort of is essentially tells you when you're finished to let her know, and if there's anything else you need. You had mentioned you wanted to look at the actual journal once again, and
Amethyst,
other people look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amethyst and I wanted to.
Yes, I would definitely
Okay.
like to have a look at it.
Lucas does as well, yeah.
Okay. So essentially, she'll actually hand you the original and the copy, so you can both the two you can two can look at it at a time, and you can kind of trade off as you go here. But go ahead and give me let's see. Give me history checks. If you have history, or just intelligence if you don't. Those of you who are reading the book. Who's ever reading the book. Guidance will only work for the first minute. You're spending time reading through it
I
there.
have a +3 in history, but I'm not proficient.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm in 18,
So
and I'm proficient.
if you're reading the book, let me know. That's what. Yep. Okay. Hold on.
I think we're all reading it at this point.
So you pass it around essentially, and so some things. Let's see. So Eldon, one point of clarification is, as you read back through this again here, you realize that he bound to his service demons, fiends, and fae. Not one kind.
Oh,
And while he used necromancers and had undead in his army, he did not really do necromancy wasn't as prevalent of a thing. But he literally had bound all 3 demons, fae, and fiends into his service.
Even worse.
Yes.
Even worse. Okay.
Yes. In fact, it does mention 9 of his most trusted servants. And while it doesn't specify names, actually, I'd say you wouldn't know the exact number, unfortunately, because there's no way Belvin would know the number specifically. But there were multiple of his most trusted servants. And one thing that you catch is they were all given a coin.
Wait, what now? Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Nothing about what it does or what it's for or what it knows that is that they all held a coin
It's the Power Rangers.
or an amulet or something along those lines. But that's really a coin. They're
A
given.
trinket.
Yes. Other things. Let's see. Lucas 16, Sora 18. Sora, you will catch, and we'll come back to you in a minute here, Eldon. You will kind of latch on to one of the passages. You latch on to one of the passages regarding what they did with the Dark King, and specify specifically. You catch a few names. The ones that killed the Dark King that were hired by the Queen, specifically.
Which queen?
The Queen of Garivan, first Queen of
Garivan.
Garivan. Yeah.
Okay.
So Cilia, she hired a mercenary group to go and kill the Dark King, and they infiltrated the capital city where he was, and found him and killed him, and that was the turning of the tide of the war. There was a paladin among that group named Cordell Draymark. Along with a cleric, Bessarloth. So Bessar apostrophe Loth. Bessarloth. An odd name. It kind of stands out to you like, I don't know what that kind of a name that is. Mentioned to be a cleric of the Raven Queen, who is the one tasked with taking the Dark King's skull and hiding it away. The two of them actually are the ones, those two are the ones that took his skull and hid it away in the place of deserters. And as Lucas pointed out there, Craven's Rest. The other name, it mentions another name there, a bard, but the other names were sort of the other names weren't mentioned specifically of the group, but those are the names that stuck out to you. A bard named Excelvion. And Lucas, this is where you jump in, because Excelvion, you know that name. In fact, Excelvion is the husband of the current husband of the leader of the College of Lore in Anol Karun. He is an elf. And when you find that passage, it's determined that the Dark King used something to bind these extraplanar beings to his service, described only as a black book that can bind and hold things. And Excelvion took that book and was tasked with putting it in a safe place.
Oh.
Let's see what else do we have here. And my last little note here. It's only referred to. It's not referred to by name of any kind. It's just called a black book, specifically. Other than that, that's essentially that's the kind of the main things you picked up, other than what you picked up before. In fact, of the Dark King and servants, the war, the Queen being much more ruthless than she was ever depicted later on in history. The fact that she literally just took control, ousted the former king and queen of Oris, her husband's parents and just took control and named herself queen over the United Kingdom of Gervon, and essentially forced the unification of the two lands, Dravir, where she was from, when the Dark King was ruling from, and Oris, where they kind of made their last stand, or made their stand against the Dark King's forces. Now, one thing, and Eldon, something else to confer further is you realize that in terms of the geography of what was going on here, it seems the Dark King did not push his influence over the Airy Mountains or really up into Coppervale. He sort of like took over the entire, basically from the mountains to the sea, as far as you could tell, was definitely pushing into other areas, but was stopped.
If they
essentially.
would, yeah, if they wouldn't have stopped him, he would have.
Oh yeah, there was no doubt he was starting to make forays into that, but geography was kind of keeping things contained in terms of how to move armies. Essentially, moving armies over the area mountains is almost impossible. And then moving up past Oris into Coppervale really wasn't. They had to kind of deal with Oris first before they actually went further. So while agents of the Dark King were popping up in other places, according to some of the information, it wasn't a concern. The focus of the battles were happening in mostly up and along the border between Dravir and Oris, and up into Oris itself. All right. So, any questions or things you want to look into specifically for the moment, or things I assume you're going to probably share this information with each other as you find it out. And we'll kind of, but anything you wish to share with each other before?
I don't think that people really understand how I'm feeling about this, that I'm connected to Wraith and potentially whoever, if he has someone who's possessing him or controlling him in some way, they're obviously, I'm having visions of him and he knows I'm there and he's telling me to get out. He's probably having visions of me, so he knows all of you. He knows where we are at any time. That's terrifying. And I think that you all need to realize how terrifying that is, that I'm a bit of a liability to you all. So, you know.
You might be, but at the same time, you're not going anywhere.
You said it yourself. Whether you're a liability or not, you're our liability.
Exactly.
Can you tell when he's looking through your eyes? Can you tell when he's?
No, I don't think so. I've not. I mean, he knows when I'm there because he's looked directly at me once, and this time he literally told me to get out, and it pushed me out. So he knew I was there.
What if he's trying to protect you from whatever it is that's controlling him?
That's not what that was. That is definitely not what that was. No one there is trying to protect me.
Amethyst.
Well, then we'll just do what we can to protect you.
Yes, Jim.
As you're talking about this, something you kind of flash back to that image of that ring of candles again, and something's been nagging at you ever since that, and everything else there, and it's something. As you're talking about him seeing through your eyes, about him hearing what you're saying, it finally hits you. When the flames are flickering in sync with each other, there's a connection. That's when you're sharing. And you'll notice two things. You're and Elia's often the same brightness, often the same size, and flickering in sync with each other. Gildor never flickered in sync, but only would match you in intensity.
Yeah.
Remember what Gildor's ability is. The difference between him and you. He can't hear anything.
Yeah. He can only see.
Now there's Wraith. Flame never moves.
Oh. So does that mean he's trapped somewhere?
Something. It's definitely different. Because even the orange one, remember the orange one will flicker and sync, but never matches up the size of the flame. You've only ever heard her.
Yeah. With the troll.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what happened?
We lost
Nans.
Nans. Okay, well, two
Nans.
affected. Okay, good.
Yay.
So imagine. Remember when someone you never been able to feel that Gildor is seeing through your eyes. You don't
Yeah.
really you know there's a connection with Elia because you can kind of talk back and forth.
Yeah.
You never felt a connection specifically with the orange-haired girl, but she's
No.
talked to you occasionally.
Yeah, I've heard her voice a couple of times, including on that night when I first met Elia.
Mhm.
Because she seemed
So
quite happy that we were together, so she recognised both of us.
yeah, but that it's just nagging you that means something.
Yeah.
And so with that, I'd like to go ahead and take ourselves a little break here. Step away, grab a drink, stretch your legs a little bit there, and we'll come back in with some more information, kind of what's up next. But we'll be back in just a little minute here. So feel free to come back soon after our break. Take care, everyone. We'll see you soon.
See you in a minute.
I'm not sure that we got our
Yeah, I was gonna say.
outro.
I'm pretty sure we're still streaming. I don't know if Natalie's here.
All right. So I'm going to pause and be right back. And we're back. All right. So you guys are able to piece together and find some more information about the Dark King. Most of what else is in there is some descriptions of some of the battles that took place in various places. Nothing was like super um, some interesting stuff there, but nothing that really stood out as pertinent information to help you. It's sort of like a catalog of these things happened and these things happened. You will a couple of you will pick up mentions of Invarnak being involved in some places. And then as the journal gets into kind of establishing the Ivory Lyceum specifically, which you know that Belvin actually was one of the ones that kind of founded this place that you're in. Varnak did have a bit of a hand in that, but kind of went off on his own to do his own thing. So it does mention the fact that Varnak was a big part of who combated the extraplanar threats the Dark King brought with his own extraplanar summonings and such. Mentions a bit that things got a little out of hand and had to be dealt with. And you kind of piece together that's probably what happened with the Slod and why there was a powerful Slod and put down in the tower, in the base of his tower, sealed away. That Slod are hard to contain, as you experience firsthand. So, is there anything else you want to discuss or things you want to check in with the Professor on before you head out for the evening?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. All right.
So, you lot all sure you want me to come with you?
Yes. However, I am going to be doing some research on maybe finding a way to block any possibilities. I think I might be onto something, but I am not quite sure. So, with the extra things, my mind is so full of. That was a wonderful read for that book, increasing my mental capabilities. I'm most excited. I have many ideas that suddenly I feel an epiphany for. So I shall do some research. We need you. As Trevor said, we are family. So let us continue as a family together to face anything that may come. Yes?
Okay.
Are you sure that Wraith can't see through your eyes or hear through your ears?
No.
I may be able to make some glasses or kind of like my goggles maybe that you see here. Let me do some research and I'll try and find you something, okay? Yes? It will be okay. No worries.
So, Amethyst, one thing, just you haven't tried it, but there is a possibility. You now know enough to be able to reach out and do ascending to the fifth person. You know what they look like.
Yeah.
You've mentally connected with them, so if you ever wanted to send to that person, you could.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a freebie like it is with Elia, but you could make a connection at least. So there is that aspect there. And so you're thinking about that. You could also send to Wraith if you wanted to. No problem. So that's one of those things that you now know them well enough to be able to send to.
Maybe not him. Maybe not him specifically.
Yeah.
Hey,
Just
buddy,
saying.
how's it going?
Pop
around to see you soon.
We'll say you guys are heading back toward the Copperhead Inn to figure out what you're going to do from that point. Unless you have something else specifically you're going. Upon reaching there, two of you will have messages, and you should have gotten those already. But there's also a message for the group that's sort of at the front desk there as you arrive, and the message is from the Crimson Hunt, and specifically the captain of the ship there, who says that the ship's repairs are underway and progressing well. They would have been able to finish them tomorrow, but there was an unforeseen delay. But it should be ready the day after. So you basically have, at this point, tomorrow and be able to leave the day afterwards. Doesn't specify what the delay was. So there is that. And then yes, so Trevor, you had a message waiting for you. It's just a little scrawl, just a little scrap of paper, essentially folded up a couple times there, and tagged with your name. And then
Okay.
Sora, yours is a full letter written out, with a stamp with a stylized S, almost like a lightning bolt S, that Strega is using for the logo of his company.
Lucas will be heading to the Mystic Menagerie.
Okay. Yes, you wanted to pick up some things. Okay.
Before he heads off,
Yeah.
I'm going to start a conversation with him telepathically, so I
Okay.
can bug him while he's gone.
Okay. So the link forms, and you can essentially that persists for an hour. Is that, or is it as long as you want? What is that? How's that work again?
I think it is an hour.
We'll put us back over here in Port Oris. Yep. Okay. And the Copperhead is right around in this area here. Mystic Menagerie is up there. So.
Oh, it's only 8 minutes.
Oh, really?
Sorry. Yeah.
1 minute per level? Is that what it is?
That's short.
I thought it was longer than that.
No, it says as a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically with each other while you are within 6 miles of each other. Telepathic connection lasts for 8 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Probably not long enough to get 6 miles away unless you teleport.
Pretty much, yeah. So unless you guys move apart from each other, but yeah. So okay. Well, you can at least continue a conversation while he leaves. Essentially, you want to do bug in. So. Yep. Okay. So So let me pull up your messages. I want to make sure.
If we've got another day,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we should go back to the graveyard and fully explore.
You don't think the people in charge of the city would have done that?
I am not sure, but if we have an entire other day, it may be in our best interest to make sure that book is closed. One could say.
I could go back. There was something I wanted to do there before we left, so yeah, I could go back.
Okay. So make a plan for that for the next day. Okay. Anything else you want to do with your evening here? And I'm just trying to make sure you were picking up what? Oh, okay. So we will cut to Lucas at the Mystic Menagerie because there's going to be something there. So Lucas, you are there to pick up a specific item you were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and say that it is fairly late. You kind of check in on the way there that hey, we meet up there, and Alindra essentially lets you in. It's after hours at this point there because it's in the evening at this point, but she lets you in there and takes care of that. I believe you had the money for the item you wanted. Okay.
Yeah.
So something strange happens with the ring. You pull your ring off, and essentially you unattune to it. And as you're kind of holding it, looking at it, there was a flash of light. And you kind of blink there, and Lindra's blinking to it as well. And you look down at the ring, And Alindra kind of looks at it too, and she's has her spectacles on. Like, it's not magical anymore. What just happened? What was that?
Lucas doesn't know.
Lucas? The temperature doesn't change. You don't feel suddenly cold, even though the ring is no longer magical.
Ooh.
Give me an arcane check. The resistance element of that ring was absorbed by the gem.
Wow.
The gem just went, and so you kind of piece it together and like, wait, the gem. This is so the gem of chaos absorbed the resistance and the enchantment of the ring. And you're kind of looking at the gem there, and you realize it's somewhat different now. The flashing of the gem, the sides, are now flashing more often as blue.
That thing is going to blow up in our faces, y'all.
Is that an attuned item, the ring?
Was.
It
yeah.
was.
But now that's
Yeah.
being absorbed, and now you've got an attunement slot free.
You do.
Yay!
Oh, that's why I took the ring off.
Yep.
I'm picking up an item that needs attuning. So
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so when you picked it up and unattuned it, the gem pulled it in there. And so, with the arcane check of 23, you realize a couple things. Slod are resistant to all forms of elements. And Alindra's kind of looking at this, and she'll just go ahead and cast Identify to see if she picks up what kind of properties have changed in this thing here. After a long rest, you can now choose an element to be resistant to. So
wow.
the Gem of Chaos
That is
will now let you pick a
so
resistance.
handy.
Now it just picked up cold because that's what it absorbed the cold resistance from the ring. And in the case of fire and cold, it'll also protect you from streams of heat and cold, depending on. So if you pick fire, you'll be protected from like extreme heat. So like 100, 120, you're still comfortable. Or what about it, by 50, like 30, 40 Celsius, somewhere in there. You're still comfortable, even at things that everyone else is going to be sweltering. So effectively, and then if you, again, as picking cold, you're cold down to 0 degrees Celsius, no problem at all. So yes,
Right.
after a long
Cool.
rest, and that property will be changed on the gem here soon. So basically, you can pick your resistance after a long rest.
Okay, that's great. Wow.
So Gem of Chaos rears its head as something changed. Okay. And so you can also add the other item you purchased there.
Yeah, I will take the money off my sheet.
Okay, go for it. And is there anything else you wanted to do with that part of the evening or anything?
Well, obviously, when Alindra's finished in the shop.
Sure.
Well,
essentially, she only opened it because you wanted to buy something.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
and you couldn't be there during the
fair enough.
daytime. So essentially, she said, "Yeah, I'll meet you at the store after hours. You can pick it up then." And yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If it,
great.
typically, the store was closed when you got there. She just she opened it for you and met you there, so you could pick up the item you wanted. Because yeah, she knew where you were all day.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, anything else you want to do with the evening while you're out there?
I'm far too distracted to even know what I want to do.
Okay. There is someone who might have insight into the phenomenon there you're experiencing.
Do 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 do
Mm-hmm. Phenomenon. Yeah.
do do.
And like they're in the tavern next door.
Who? Is it?
Well, remember the other Addie's connections are in the are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if you wanted to check with someone who might know a little more about your connections,
Definitely. I think it's probably worth talking to them. They could
Okay.
probably even let Addie know before I do.
okay. Well, in case, so you're gonna bring it over there with you, or you're just gonna head and talk to them by yourself?
If everybody wants to come, then they can come with me.
Do you want us to
Um,
go with you? Or is this something you just need to do personally?
Not really, but I'm starting to think maybe I should try and do more on my own because of the whole, he might be watching thing.
Okay. All right. So you can head over there if anyone wants to go with her. They're basically heading next door to the Tumble Tanker Tavern.
Is it
And
Arsenal? Yeah.
work in the bar in the back, of course.
She
Yep.
was nice.
She's pretty much that's where she is most nights in terms of like running the bar in the back part of essentially the back bar at the tavern there.
I'll go with Amethyst, but only to the door so she can at least have her privacy. And if she needs me, I'm there.
Well,
If I need
tavern.
privacy,
Yeah.
I can do it telepathically. So I prefer you to come with me if you're coming with me.
Okay, then I'll just go with you.
Okay, so as you get there, it's fairly crowded. I mean, it's not packed to the gills or anything, but there's quite a number of people in the place. Music is playing, not quite so loud as it was the first time you experienced the place there, but it's just it's enough that people can be dancing and still be able to talk and everything else throughout the bar. You're able to head over there, and Mabel is at the table there with Perrin, but no Ironheart. The weird bald dwarf is not there. As the last time he came here, he wasn't here either. But the elvish looking monk and Mabel, the redheaded dwarf, are at their customary table for the most part. And pretty much as soon as you walk in, and as you kind of make eyes meet there, Mabel you kind of hear the voice. Ah, nice to see you.
Yeah, and you. I've come to talk to you about some concerns I have. I mean, I don't think it directly involves you, but it's probably best that you know what's going on.
All right then.
I'll
What
just
you have?
tell her the whole thing about the necromancer and the vampire and Wraith, and I'll tell her about my dream and the vision that I had straight after that, and obviously my concerns about him being able to see what's going on with me.
Go ahead. It's okay.
That just everything.
When you describe sort of the things there, and I'm just gonna make a test for her in general. She's not like, I mean, she's not like, aha, but she's kind of nodding and kind of getting some ideas there. When you mention the candles and such, um, she's sort of like kind of a figurative way of looking at things, I suppose. And I'm not going to try to do an accent, so I'm just going to say I will just say she has a Scottish accent. I can't do one, so I'm not going to try and butcher it so badly. But she will say that you kind of recognize that imagery, at least. I've never had anything quite like that, but I can kind of piece together a little bit about what you're seeing. And when you mention the still flame for Wraith, she glances at Perrin, the elf. Well, half elf, really. And he's you get the impression just based on his clothing, he's a monk. And well, still flame would be someone who doesn't connect. They
Right.
Perrin, he has the nasty habit of when he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. He can block us all out.
Right. But he's clearly not blocking me out because I just had a vision of him and he told me to get out. But he obviously he forced me out. But yeah.
So he wasn't aware of your presence, and then when he was, he forced you out.
Yeah.
Perrin used to do that too. Made us all annoying. And he just sort of like nods. I can sense connections and prevent them. I don't like people spying on me. It intrudes on my pet, on a peace of mind.
That's understandable, I guess. Although something that I got used to.
Of course. And Mabel will speak up. It's like, so connections we have are different for everyone. I mean, not everyone connects in the same way. Ironheart, the man cannot control his volume. He speaks way too loudly and has no control over what he does. He's never been able to connect fully. It's sort of like yelling into someone's ear whenever he does. But he seems to be able to pick it up just fine. I seem to have the most control over the connections we make. Addie's very good as well. And Sora, when you look around there, you see people will look over in that direction a lot. And what kind of looking around the place, it's almost like this area is like kind of the VIP table. It's almost like a throne overlooking the entire room. It's a little bit of a raised booth, essentially, off on the left side there. And it's literally kind of on the border between the front bar, where people are milling around drinking, where tables are, and the back bar, where there's a giant dance floor. And so they're kind of on that little border, and they just have a perfect view of the whole place. And it's like almost, like I said, it reminds you of a throne, the way it's set up. And so people are looking in that direction, but in sort of the way of, hey, check them out, kind of thing, not like trying to like see what's going on. So the interest is there, but no one's like trying to eavesdrop or get too close as far as you can tell. It's you can at least see the difference there. It's people that are interested, but not actively trying to butt in, or other than like it's like the paparazzi almost. They're interested in what's going on. Oh, someone's talking to them. Who's that? I don't know. And if you move away a little bit there, you'll sort of maybe catch a little snippet of conversation very similar to that. Who's talking to the uh to the lady of the house? I mean, that's whew, must be important. Didn't know she knew any tabaxi. Oh, I saw her in a couple weeks ago. She's been here once or
Here it
twice.
is. Okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure we didn't have any nosy bodies.
Yeah, nothing
After-
more than like, yeah. So good.
After dealing with the stuff in the graveyard and people
Mhm.
nosing in on our conversations from before, shade, and I just kind of, I'm on edge.
Sora, you'll get one thing. Obviously, your eyes are occasionally drawn to the Asimar in the back. There's a celestial presence in the room, which you're not used to seeing. You also, I'm going to go ahead and say, you also take notice if you seeing a person with wings, you activate divine sense. I'm just going to say, why not? And since you are looking out cautiously too, and worried about a vampire essentially, you don't pick up any undead. However, between the Asimar, the celestial presence back there, you will also catch that there is a bit of a celestial presence, sort of, on the front door.
On the door itself or by the door?
Like on, well, like kind of the entryway. And it's something that you kind of look at and kind of, what the heck is that? And you're not really sure. I mean, you can roll a religion check. You know, you're not tuned to it, but you are a paladin, so you're not proficient in it. But I'll roll that and see if you piece together what might be going on there.
So
Intellect is not my strong suit.
It it's some sort of maybe a ward of some kind. You're not really sure exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead, Amethyst.
this I can't remember his name. The guy that can block out connections.
That's Peril. Yeah.
Can he connect with others? Can he see? No.
No, I've never been able to do that. If someone connects with me, I can speak to them, but I've never been able to see through someone's eyes or hear through their ears, as I've heard it described.
So do you think that it's likely that that is the case with him?
Maybe it looks possible. I mean, as I said, we all have our gifts, and they all manifest in different ways. So it could be similar. I mean, without knowing for sure or experiencing that, but descriptions
I
you give
hope
me,
so.
I mean, I hope so too, for what you describe.
Because I would have told her about the skull and stuff as well, but I would have said all of that telepathically.
Sure, yeah.
And said, obviously, we need to find it. I'm not going to say the location of where it is, just in case, but like we might be able to find it, and hopefully we can at least, I don't know. If we can't, I don't think it's going to be able to be destroyed. So we just need to find
Based on
somewhere.
what you said, I don't think so.
No.
I mean, I mean, there's always ways to destroy something. It's a matter of finding it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, and so looks. I mean, take something like that and put it on the outer planes, one of the celestial outer planes. I mean, it's not going to be able to get to that way. But
Until somebody gets a spell called plane shift and then just, stumbles on it one day.
True. This is true. So, if someone works hard enough, they can find things.
Yeah.
And you with your insight there, she glances at the empty chair, at the empty spot in the booth where Ironar would the hairless dwarf would normally sit.
Oh.
As you just kind of catch that little glance over there when she says that. So anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So, Eldon, where you been this fact finding pit?
Now that I have had my mind expanded beyond mortal means, I am like just full of ideas. I have finished. I'd like to try and go ahead and finish off the math on that mortar. So that's done. And then Trevor's gun. That schematic. I want to go ahead and start on that.
Wait, what? A gun? There's a gun? I didn't know about a gun.
Yeah. The thing you gave me had no
I had
dimensions.
no way. In character, what was that schematic for, Eldon?
You gave this to me.
Yeah, but I couldn't make heads nor tails of it.
Yes, so I am trying to get it onto paper.
I had no idea that was a gun.
It's not.
Oh, I was gonna say it didn't look like a gun, but I wasn't sure.
Nope.
It's not.
It's a clockwork device of some kind, but you're not sure what it is.
I was gonna say it's a clockwork device. I didn't see that being a gun, but I didn't want to sound argumentative or anything.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't think it's a gun.
Out of character.
Well,
Dude. No, I bought that just on a whim, man. That was anyone could have grabbed that. Like that wasn't designed for me. Keep in mind that was just something that was there, and I thought it would be interesting for you to make, considering you're our artificer, since you're our inventor. So yeah.
Well, I will say this.
Cool.
Okay. I will say this: as you start looking at going, what would I do with something like this? You're reminded that the the orientation of this and the way it looks like there, it works similar to the clockwork heart of an automaton.
Okay.
This would be something that. So what makes automatons interesting, and at least is that they essentially their hearts self-wind themselves. It's almost like a perpetual motion machine. Like the heart clicks away and gives power to the body to run its systems, but also the motion of the heart stores energy that's then used to then power their systems. So it literally kind of cycles itself, and so it's almost like an infinite charging device. Is the way. Now you're not sure this device. This is only a piece of a device, and so you're not seeing. But it gives you that idea of this looks like it would be the makings of at least partially the makings of a clockwork heart.
Ah. Okay. So after I completely misunderstood,
Yeah.
retcon. So yes, I am now messing with that.
Sure.
Trying to figure out what that is.
Again, it's still you still know the language that it's using, and so there's that.
All ritual cast comprehend languages.
Okay. So you actually get so like the schematics will kind of point out various like at this point you start seeing like dimensions of things, and it is you start to realize that the notations are a little more details about well this is the winding spring and this is the where you would attach the motion device essentially. So the idea is that you use a spell plate for mage hand to then wind the device continually. Like click 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 is all it does, but then that releases the energy everywhere else it needs to go. And so it's like a connection point here. This would be this size here. This would be this type of connection over here. And so you're getting more pieces of it. And so that's basically you start seeing kind of how it would work. And you don't again you don't have full size like dimensions of like this would be, but you realize it could probably be scaled to different sizes depending on what it would do. And again, where this came from, there's no notation of who made it, and it appears like there would be other pages, like this was taken out of a journal, and like there would be other pages that would then go along with this. Like this would be one piece of a device.
Sweet.
Yeah. So Sora, you give Amethyst the letter that you got?
Yes, and I haven't
Okay.
read it.
Sure, not a problem. So I can get something for another time. So Sora, Amethyst, Sora will hand you the letter that she received, and you guys could both read it at your leisure, and we'll kind of go on from there. Anything else anyone wants to do for the evening, or are we going to call this day to a close?
I think it's I think I don't have anything else to do for sure.
Okay.
What I'd be doing is like flicking my coin around, being better at my dexterity. Like if I had like not a quill because that wouldn't really work, but like flipping my gun around, taking it apart, and putting it back together as quick as I can. Assuming that gun can come apart like a normal firearm would.
Typically, it doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of designed to stay in one piece. But you could definitely essentially load and unload the accumulator quicker. There are some moving components that you can kind of.
I just be working on my dexterity since I obviously got that thing, so I'd be worrying like flipping around and stuff and like being more fidgety than I normally am, pretty much.
You definitely notice a difference there, and obviously things are moving a little bit easier. You're able to make maneuvers and things that normally a little trickier for you have come easier to you now.
So I can do cooler shit now.
Yeah. So
while you're doing that, Eldon would take a second. Excuse me. While Trevor, may I see that momentarily, please?
Go. Which one?
The coin.
Oh, the coin. No.
Well,
no.
I mean, you can hold it, but can I?
It's mine and mine alone. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'll hesitantly give it to him. Like I trust Eldon. It's not like that, but I do have an extreme attachment to that coin, and you feel me like you see like a bead of sweat. I'm assuming come off my forehead. Oh, my buddy, Roland. Hi, you can't hear me. That's okay. But no, I give him the coin, but you see like a little bead of sweat just like dripping off my forehead, even doing that. But I trust him, not even to let him see it. I just full on give it to him. I trust Eldon, obviously, but yeah, you can tell there's something going on there.
I want to like really look at this thing. Sure. Like I'm going to like move my little like go see my goggle like automatically zoom in the little like lens. I want to. Is this thing one of their coins?
Well, so a couple things. So you don't know what the coins look like exactly. I mean, you saw they had coins. But two things immediately apparent to you. A, it's platinum. It is a platinum coin about the size of like a silver dollar. Roughly about that size. It is pure platinum all the way through. And there is an image of a man in profile on the front. Stern looking face. You don't recognize the face. It's not a picture you've seen before. And the other side shows essentially a depiction of a tower. Now give me a history check to see if you might recognize that tower.
Guidance.
Yeah. Yep. You think you recognize it. And Trevor, I'm not sure if you ever recognized it or not specifically. I don't think you had rolled high enough to recognize the tower, what it was. But you looking at it, you realize that it's a little difficult because it doesn't look this way any longer. Like there's other buildings around it and everything else, but the tower is the Wizard's Tower in Dravier.
Oh shoot!
Interesting.
It is a square tower, and there's some other buildings along like base of, the kind of at the base of the picture of it, and you realize now that what threw you off is the fact that now there are much larger buildings built all around it, and it's not so like the tower itself. Like, oh, that looks like the shape of that is the tower in Dravier. That's the Wizards Guild Tower. And so you realize that the rest of the skyline, essentially, of that image doesn't look that way any longer.
Okay.
So that's what you pick up from that.
Okay.
The coin is immaculate. There is no imperfections. There's no. It looks like it was minted yesterday.
Too bad I have legend lore. I would
Wouldn't help.
It wouldn't help. Okay.
Well, you identified it, and it is a coin. Basically, it's a coin of fortune. It gives like a point of luck. You identified it originally. There's no other There's no other aura or anything else to it.
Eldon, can I have my coin back, please?
Yes, of course. Here you go. I just was, you know.
You don't need to, Eldon, my friend. You don't need to explain anything to me. I knew full well what you were doing. I was kind of curious on it myself, but let me assure you, anything I tell you from here on out is going to be nothing but the truth.
Well, I mean,
but
there could be times where you could possibly be dominated, and maybe
only you can dominate. Only you can dominate me, Eldon.
Wow, I'm not even there.
Yep.
I'm not even there.
Once again, we're all adults in this game.
Watch Tony blush. Look at him. Look at Nathan right now. Blush.
I'm not having.
Weird. Okay.
You did this, man.
Okay.
You'll see the coin as soon as it gets in my hand. By the way, you'll see it vanish just completely, like right out, like disappear instantly.
Okay.
Obviously, the
yes,
dagger's on my hip if that's the case, because that was the
Sure. Yeah.
when I used it, I kept it with me.
Thank you. I was most curious.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious myself about it, especially considering I'm actually going to keep that to myself for now, if you don't mind, all the same. But we'll share it. I'll share it with you when I'm ready.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I'll turn around and walk away.
Bye, Eldon. Just wave. Like,
Okay.
bye. Because I'm used to that by now. I think we all are.
Yep. All right. So then we can, if there's anything else, so Sora, you discussed the contents of the letter a bit, obviously, back and forth. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
We're just. She read it and told me there wasn't anything to be scared of, so I read it, and now we're talking about.
Okay. And so yeah.
Can you see our whispers to each other?
No.
No, I just see what you say out loud.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, nothing's coming up to me as a whisper, I should say.
I think I have it set up in my game where I can see the whispers.
Oh, I
You're
do not.
such a bad DM.
Yeah, no. Yeah. So, yeah. So there are, yeah. So you get a little bit more information about Cirith and Strega, somewhat. So, so Trevor, you got your message, right? I want to make sure that you saw that.
I said, did you send me a message like in text form? What that note was?
Yeah, I said
I
what the
didn't-
content. Let me double check here.
I don't think I got that.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, I didn't hit send. I typed it and didn't hit
I was
send.
going to
There it
say
is.
you said it, and I'm like, I didn't
Wow.
see it. Like
I think I wrote it and then before we went on break and then I forgot to hit the send button. So yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. I wonder why you weren't reacting to it at all. I was like, huh. So
yeah, no,
sorry.
I definitely would have reacted to this. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Okay,
So
so
yeah,
yeah.
I'll wait for you to be done first with whatever.
Go right ahead. You're all set.
RP going in. What is our destination currently?
I mean, you're at the Copperhead.
No,
right
I'm
now,
asking.
so-
I'm asking the
Oh, yeah.
group. I'm asking
Oh.
the group.
Tomorrow we're gonna go to the graveyard and look around a little bit more.
Will
and
anyone be opposed right now to be going to the Mystic Menagerie? I'm going with or without you. I would just rather you all come, as not to split the party.
They're
For
closed
whoever's
now,
there.
so yeah.
Closed.
It is
Oh,
closed.
well,
It's
balls.
evening, so tomorrow
You
morning.
can-
Yeah. You got this. I got this in the evening when you
Well,
got back to the
what
Copperhead.
about? I'm assuming the Steel Wind Flask is in, right? Like we've been there before.
Nope.
Right?
No,
What?
you have not.
Okay. What's okay? I don't know what the Steel Wind Flask is, but maybe we could go there.
Let's see here.
Assuming it's
Lucas,
here.
Look, let's see, Lucas, you're gonna recognize that. Steelwind Flask is an alchemist. It's a couple doors. Actually, it's about about 4 or 5 doors down from the Mystic Menagerie. You've walked past it a couple times and taken note of it. And it's literally the sign is just a steel flask that has sort of like and it has like 3 like lines depicting wind across it. But it is very obviously an alchemist shop there, and you kind of walked past it a number of times. And so when he mentions that, you'll have noted that because you spent the most time walking back and forth along that stretch.
Yeah. So tell Trevor.
Yeah.
Do you reckon it's open?
Not
I
tonight.
thought so. It's nighttime.
Some places are open at nighttime, Luke. I'm just kidding. No. Well, in the morning, before we leave to the graveyard, I would really, really like to go to both of those places if possible. As a matter of fact.
Well, and just to remind you, he went to the Mystic Menagerie because that's where he bought.
Yeah,
the
I remember. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
So
they caught to that.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So the Steel Wind Flask is definitely where we're headed.
Okay.
In the morning, of course.
All right.
Eldon, you make sure you wake me up with you.
Yes.
If you don't mind, of course.
I can increase the sound of the.
Or Eldon, you could just tap me on the shoulder instead of
Yes, I shall do both.
Perfect, Eldon. perfect. Like,
Okay.
it's just how we are in person too. Like when we're talking, like okay.
All right. So Amethyst and Sora having a discussion there. Right back in
Does
your
he?
rooms. Eldon and Trevor planning something for the morning. You guys can all kind of get your rests in and everything else. And what were you going to say there, Eldon?
Has anyone ever had a screaming meanie alarm? Do you all know what that is?
A what?
A screaming meanie alarm.
No.
It's, truck drivers use them. It's literally like an air horn for an alarm.
Sounds
That
dreadful.
is in fact the sound that you will hear at 5 a.m.
You will get a
Eldon.
very nasty,
I will pick him up by his
nasty.
neck.
Yes, you will actually be notified by management that if that happens again, you will no longer be allowed to stay there.
Okay, that's fine.
Because this is a 9-story inn that you're in, so it's like it could be. I hear it 2 stories up and down, and
Oh yeah, easily
mostly on the
2
floor.
stories.
So yeah,
Oh yeah.
That's the chaos of Eldon.
yeah. So literally, it goes off. There's various people being alarmed by this, obviously, more than like experiencing the alarm there, and you will be notified when you do get downstairs that please do not use that sort of an alarm again. It is not appreciated by the other patrons of this facility, and if you wish to have a wake up call, that can be arranged as well.
Well, you see, I do have the ability to do it myself. My friend here, Trevor, needed just a little bit louder. He does not actually. Well, he kind of ignores the normal alarm, and he did ask to make sure that I did get him up at the proper time.
You
So-
can literally just shake me a little bit, Eldon.
I will keep that in mind next time. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be an ear piercing. Like the last time my ears actually bled, Eldon. I've learned not to sleep in the same room as you, with respect. It is nice though that we both fit on one bed, but
Yes, that is yes.
the conversations we have in D&D, people.
So, you're able to meet up there, go about your business in the morning there. There is another message for you from the captain of the ship, saying that repairs are in order. They should be able to finish them today and be ready tomorrow, if you so choose. Eldon, there is another message for you from Greta, the man technician on the ship there.
Ah, yes.
Basically saying that if you're willing to help, you can get them done sooner.
Okay. Well, I will help Trevor with what he needed this morning, which, by the way, what did you need me to get us up for at 5 a.m.?
Oh, as soon as everyone I couldn't sleep well myself. I'm just anxious to get the steel wind flask. We're not going until everyone wakes up. I don't see it being much of a problem. I'm just going to get information. So as soon as they open, I'm assuming they open up around 8, like most of the places around here do. Assuming, of course, Jim, that places usually open up around that time.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Usually.
I want to be there when them doors open. I don't want to waste any time. In fact, I'll gladly meet him outside. But I just want to get up and get to it and prepare for. Let's just say somebody. Finally some information is being sought out about Seb. Seb, by the way, only is my brother Sebastian.
Okay.
We are supposed to pin him, correct?
I don't know, Eldon. We need to find him first, and then we decide to do it from there. I don't know the terms on which he killed my mother and my father, and Lord knows who else. But I do know the family ranch is his, and apparently he's nowhere to be around that ranch. So, meaning he's just out and about, and he's already been to the domestic menagerie to get that amulet. So who knows what he went to the flask for? I'm assuming it has something to do with alchemy, because he's doing something of ill means, I know. He was an artificer like yourself, Eldon. I wouldn't really have called him an artificer, but He's very similar to me. He taught me how to shoot. He basically raised me whenever mom and pa were.
Would you know his study of expertise and if he attended one of the universities?
I probably would,
I
but
would say
that's a gym question for sure.
I would say this: he did not attend a university. He was mostly self-taught. He didn't leave the ranch to go do other things like that.
Right, correct, yeah. Until
You
recently.
don't know about a specific type of artifice.
Okay.
He just built all kinds of things around the ranch.
Yep. I don't even know if I would consist him as artificer necessarily. I just know that that's what he was.
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty. Let me just double check my. There we go. Cool. All right. So, who's all going to the Steel Wind Flask?
Are we all going?
Yeah, we're not splitting the parties.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
That's why I woke
Eldon's
up for you
did
guys.
wake us up.
Yeah.
because-
I'm like knocking on the doors at 8
Everyone-
a.m. where everybody's staying. Like, hey guys, come on, we're going. Let's go.
Okay. So essentially, you're able to get. It's not hard to find. Again, it is a small looking shop from the outside, at least. Just a little door, one little window to the side there. There is like shutters. The shutters are closed. There was literally a steel, it was kind of that Erlenmeyer flask looking thing there, with three little lines across it. It's a steel sign in that shape there with the little lines across there indicating wind.
Also, sorry.
Go ahead. Question.
Okay. Yeah. As we are walking, I would look through the shadows and like look for people walking and basically get a message back to Lucius, thanking him.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
I will say one little tidbit there. The message was delivered in your pouch that you left for him. The money was gone, but the pouch was there.
Gotcha.
You left him a pouch full of money in, so you put the message in there and let the pouch back.
Gotcha.
So,
I wanted the pouch back.
Give me a perception check.
Yep, definitely.
Sure.
And
And I'll give it to you with advantage.
Good.
Yeah, good. Roll with advantage because you kind of know what you're looking for. Okay. So you don't see Lucius, but you do see at one point somewhere kind of someone being very nonchalant about watching people walking up and down the street.
Yeah, I'd just telepathically be like, thank him for me.
The guy just, because they can't respond with that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, they can't, and it would just literally me.
So
it doesn't matter. It's just literally like, him getting
kind of look. The person kind of looks around, like not sure where it came from specifically.
If he looks at me, I'll tip my hat. If he doesn't, then I'll just keep walking.
Okay. So you keep walking. He doesn't have no clue who to look for that message. Essentially, eventually, he's obviously taking note of your presence.
Right.
The group of you essentially. And so you're able to go inside the flask. Inside, you find it is a very bare bones establishment. The room is fairly decent sized room, about like 10 feet by maybe 15 feet total there. The back wall is dominated by a large wooden counter. And there's a couple of bare looking wooden tables that have flasks, obviously healing potions and such, spread out there. As the conversation continues. Okay. Because I'm getting the boop, boop every couple of seconds here in my ears.
I think you can mute that.
Sorry.
I can, but I also need to know what happens there, so I tend to glance so I know that. But anyway, it's fine. So essentially, I would say you probably are just talking to each other back and forth. The conversation continued in the morning, and you guys keep talking about the whole thing. So you all are kind of hearing a little bit of the conversation here. Amethyst and Sora is taking place as you're walking along. And but again, so the interior of the room, there are just plain wooden tables with various flasks sitting on top of them, little potion bottles and such. Everything very, very neatly labeled in script. Healing potion, 30 gold. Greater healing potion, 120 gold. Essentially just kind of like, and so, and then various other potions. There's not really much in the way of variety here. There's no like cool looking section of potions there. It's like the bottles are all the same. The liquids are all very much the same measured amount of stuff in them, all very precise and clean looking, and very bare. There's no decorations on the walls. There's again the large wooden counter, and standing behind that is a warforged. Again, sort of the
Interesting.
living automaton. They essentially they're kind of partially metal, partially wood, construct type of a person.
Mhm.
You see kind of the two large kind of silvery colored eyes kind of watching you as you step in there. Hello and welcome to the Steel Wind Flask. How can I help you today?
I would very much like to know about a particular gentleman, roughly my height, black hair, perhaps donned in leather. I don't know. His name was Sebastian. He probably introduced himself under a different name, but have you had any halflings come in the last week or so?
Let us see here. And he sort of like pauses and looks down, and everyone give me a perception check
Hell yeah. I
while
will.
while he's considering here.
This is gonna go so well.
Of course it is.
Mine's not bad.
Oh, actually, it's really good.
Right.
Yeah, for a
Wow.
flat roll,
Wow.
yeah, it is. Oh my goodness gracious. I love it. All right.
Okay. Alrighty. So Sora, you're sort of like obviously still in sort of conversation there. Amethyst, you catch this first, but the rest of you all see it as well. He pauses as he's thinking, and you see he's sort of like it's almost like he like blanks out for a second and sort of like stares down like off to the side there and rests his hand on the counter. The counter moves slightly. It shifts a little bit.
Interesting.
What the hell?
The counter itself,
What
as he touches it there, sort of like shifts a little bit, and like the dimensions of it sort of like subtly shift in one section there, and you can see the front of it sort of like flexes a little bit.
Oh my god, is this shop a mimic?
Can
there's
I
something under
roll
that.
an Arcana, trying to figure it out, or is it nature? Or
Sure. Yes.
I'll just ask the automaton, Warforged, why is that shifting?
I ain't got a clue.
Can I
Okay.
do an Arcana?
Sure, if you want to, Amethyst. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, he essentially he doesn't respond right away because he's literally sort of like cycling. You can almost see the kind of the wheels turning as he's like cycling back through memories and customers
Right.
and inventory and who bought what and stuff like that. And Amethyst, yeah, you think this is probably a mimic. The
Oh
counter,
my god.
not the shop, just the counter.
Right, okay.
Chesty, you got a friend.
With that roll, Amethyst, those two rolls, I should say, you will notice something else. He's standing there, and he has his one hand down there, and he actually his left hand, he's sort of like kind of like, and he holds up there, and the hand flexes slightly. Like this hand, he's kind of resting on the counter itself there, but his other hand, he's kind of holding like this as he's looking down and thinking of Trevor's request there. Like the hand itself will kind of flex a little bit strangely.
Oh.
So, Trevor, you asked him about the
Yeah.
kick. Oh, this, well, this serves multiple purposes. Oh no, we lost Sora again. Back in just a moment, I'm sure.
Yay.
And Sora, as hopefully you can hear me now when you're back.
Yeah.
Cool. So once the camera's reset there, that'll fix itself. And you sort of like notice everyone kind of looking down at the counter and Amethyst thing there, and Trevor asking about it, and you're finally cluing in here that something's going on, as the Warforged looks back up and, you noticed, and he kind of pats the counter itself, and it seems to like flex a little bit as he pats it.
I'm going to take out Chesty as that happens and see if he interacts with it at all.
I'm going to step
Um,
back a bit.
Okay, sure.
I'll let Chesty
I-
walk. Take Chesty out. Let him walk side by side
Um,
with me for a little bit. Get him some
Am
exercise.
I leaning on that counter?
No,
Has
it was back there. So I don't think anyone, it's like essentially the Warforged was standing behind the counter. Everyone else, I assume, was spread out in the room a little bit there, and Trevor was doing the talking. So I figured he stepped up closer there.
Yeah, I'd be.
You pull out Jesse. He's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Very interesting." And Jesse just sort of like, yes, right, in your mind.
Got you. Because like I say,
Um,
not too much. I just thought it was funny. But yeah,
Mama.
I always wondered what happened to that one.
now that just piqued my interest. But let's not get too off topic here.
Well,
Did you make it?
Well, these creatures, I found this one, and it was in a ruin of some kind, and it was starving to death, and I fed it, and it appreciated being fed, and I
Yeah, they
brought it
seem to
with
do
me
that.
back to here to help me with my shop.
You
And
decided to keep a pet
well,
mimic.
well, it's budded twice.
Yeah, who would do such a thing?
That's what I was getting at too. Yeah.
Trevor,
Yes.
he says, it's budded twice. And he actually, while he's standing there, the left hand of this Warforged morphs and changes into a set of tongs.
Now that
And then he looks at it again there, and it morphs and changes into a small, like, hammer.
you had my interest. Now you have my attention.
And then he points to Chesty that you have out there. That was the other one. I was needing some supplies, and the former owner of the menagerie had the herbs that I needed and some equipment, and I traded him the other for the items I needed.
Well, I'm glad you ended up getting what you needed.
So I hope you are taking good care of the little one.
Watch
It
this.
is
And I'm gonna put my finger in it, my whole hand in his mouth now.
sure.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not gonna bite me. I've trained him. Like really well, actually. That's what I've been working on the whole time. Like every time I even talk to Jim about it.
I really hope he bites you.
No, he won't bite me. He won't bite anyone.
See,
He's a friend. He's our friend.
The chest sort of, the little chest opens up. It's
Yep.
and just
He's like
puts his
nibbling
hand
or
in there.
something. Yeah.
And he's like pauses, like almost like it's bored. Just,
Good boy, Chesty. And then I'll give him a piece of jerky. No,
Yep.
actually I'll give him some of the ferret kibble that I have on me.
sure.
Yep.
Like. So, so you were asking about a person of your size and similar dress, and I don't take clients' names. That's something that
I know that's
only
fine. I know his name.
if they supply it, then. But yes, there was someone. He came in. He was not interested in potions specifically, more in ingredients of some kind. Strangely, he asked for well a number of things, but he asked specifically for two things I could not provide. And where is that? Sorry, my notes just flipped to the wrong page.
It's okay. And as that's happening while you're doing oh no, actually I'll wait and then I'll say it. Oh wait, doesn't get you off track.
Yeah, my there. No, that's not it. Come on. Sorry, I had it open up. There it is. Cool. Okay, there we go. He was asking for snakeweed and moonrot flower, neither of which are native to this area. Well, actually, snakeweed is in more the remote areas, in the more wooded areas around the city, but not close here. Moonrot flower is definitely not from this vicinity. It's mostly growing in more tropical areas in the far south. He did, however, purchase some scale bait.
Are there any alchemical concoctions that use those ingredients that you know of?
Well, snakeweed can be used as a poison of some kind if it's distilled in the right quantities, and made into the proper, if it's diluted and concentrated in the ways it needs to be, moonrot flower can induce a state of compulsion in people. It's a illegal substance. It's not something that people trade in, and it's something that people that
The,
it,
I'll ask you this one time, just to be clear, and if you tell me no, we do have certain connections in the area. Is there someone who might, you can give us this advice, I'm sure, but is there someone who might be illegally selling these ingredients?
oh, not that I'm aware of. In the city, moonrot flower is a very much controlled substance, and the Shadow Syndicate would never allow such things happening without their knowledge and consent. Um,
All right.
Snakeweed, well, it, as I said, in small quantities, it is not dangerous. It is more of the catalyst for other reactions and such in alchemical uses. But the Scalebane, and he actually does, as much as a Warforged can look uncomfortable or and apologetic, glances over at Sora. Scalebane has a an irritant effect on anyone with scales. It can actually cause scales to weaken. It can actually cause them to. Mm, it can also be made into a poison of such for those who have uh, an exterior such as any as your friend here.
Um,
It is not something. It's normally used by farmers and such to prevent lizards from getting into places they shouldn't be, and it's essentially more of a deterrent if anything else. But it's the only reason that I carry it at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't. But it is in demand for various agricultural uses.
would I know? Okay, if that's the case, as far as that goes, him looking at it, we lived on a ranch which had a farm and stuff like that. Would we know anything about scalebane at all, or no? Because
Um,
obviously, a lot of animals would be going to the crops. I don't know if lizards would be or not, so I don't know if that's like a
Not specifically, no.
okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's fine. Yeah,
you had more typical rodent problems. I mean, certain areas in the world would
gotcha.
have more, like snakes being a problem or lizards getting into things, or you didn't have a lot of snakes where you were.
Definitely. Okay, yeah, that
Um,
makes sense.
but yeah, so any place that has a lot of snakes, any place that has lizards or alligator, crocodile, type things like that would affect against them. But for some reason, this guy Sebastian wanted some scale bane.
And I will ask. I kind of doubt it, and I know this is reaching, but any help would be appreciated. Any information that you can give me would be appreciated. But, and I'm going to guess he plays it pretty close. Plays his hand pretty close to the chest, in quite a literal sense. But did he give you any information that might provide useful to me to track him down?
Well, as I did not have snakeweed, he may be going to find some himself. There
And,
are various places it grows, especially north of the city, and some of the place when I do get shipments of snakeweed, the most common place to find that would be, and scalebait as well, is the Silverleaf Village to the north.
how long is that walk to get there?
Oh, it's about a week
Oh,
by foot. I mean, obviously, um, to go by carriage or airship would be much faster, of course. But the main road would take
and
about a week to get there.
okay. How long ago did he get? Did he ask about the stuff that he couldn't get, like the snakeweed and whatnot?
What did I tell you when he went to the Mystic Menagerie? You have that
I
written down?
think it was a couple of weeks
I want
then.
to say,
I think.
yeah, I think it's been about 2 weeks because it was like 10 days when you were here last time, and then you went there and came back.
So
So it's
he
been
would have.
about a week, 2 to 3 weeks somewhere in there.
What I'm verifying right now is if it's even
Mhm.
worth going up there because he'd already been up there and gone. If he's just getting the weed, right?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, well, yeah,
We won't know until we go there.
yeah.
But at the same time, I know that we have pressing matters at hand.
Okay.
So, yeah,
One more piece, at least.
yeah.
And for some reason, he's finding, yeah. So So 3 components specifically he was looking for. For whatever
Can
reason, he's not sure.
Can you say those one more time besides
Yeah.
snakeweed, please?
So the other one was moonrot flower, which is not native. It normally grows in very warm jungle climates, essentially. So it's not something you find here at all.
Okay, what was the third one?
Third one was scalebane.
Scale Bane. Okay, just like
Yes.
it sounds, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. So, is there anything else or anything you wish to purchase while you're here?
I'm really low on funds right now, and I'm guessing your potions are kind of, I have 5 gold to my name, but there might be someone here who wants to make a purchase. We can throw some business your way, I'm sure. But nothing for me at the moment.
Essentially, I do have one sort of unique item that I carry. It is something of my own concoction, and part of the reason that I have this that I call my shop what it is. By the way, my name is Herbert. It is very nice to meet you. And I have, and he does pull out this what looks like a small steel flask in the shape of this sign outside. And it looks like a steel, like opaque cylinder. This will allow the imbiber to essentially jump around in space.
For how
Effectively,
long?
well, for use there, it would allow you to jump 3 times, in fact.
How many
And
uses?
well, you drink the potion, and it would last
Okay, it's
for 3 uses.
a single dose. Okay.
And effectively, it gives you the ability to Misty Step 3 times
Oh shit. That's
before it wears off.
good. Yeah.
Or
How much is that?
That's what I was about to ask.
I sell these for 500 gold pieces apiece. The ingredients are very difficult to come by, and well, they are.
Everything is.
How about
pure
this?
my blood. I bought a wand. I can't get anything.
Yeah.
else.
How about this? I'll buy one. You tell me the ingredients, and I'll bring you more for a discount on the second one.
Oh, that Well, let's see here. I will tell you the ingredient that is the hardest to find. I will not give you all the ingredients. And he does glance at the obvious artificer in your party.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really smart.
Shh.
That's really smart. Like
I am listening.
said the same thing.
Yeah, he glanced at the obvious artificer in your
But
party.
one time Eldon pays attention.
Yep.
Right?
Oh no, I'm
Um,
not. I'm still not paying attention right now.
Yeah.
I just my mind got
Um,
opened up. I'm all the writing of notes.
And it is. I will send you the name of that at a later date here. But he does tell you the name of an herb of some kind. You don't know what it is.
Okay.
But it's essentially. He'll tell you actually. It is actually. I have it. I will make something up here real fast. It is quickling ore.
Quickly
Essentially,
or okay.
quickling ore.
Write that down, Eldon.
Quickling, like the fairy thing. Quickling.
What did you?
Ore.
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. What did you say, Zora? I heard my name.
Just write down quickling or somewhere in your notes, please.
Oh yes, of course.
Thank you.
What is it?
I will explain later.
Do I know what it is?
Give me an Arcana check. It's not an obvious thing.
30.
Oh my god! Wow.
Critted.
Okay. I will just say this.
No, I didn't. I have a plus 12.
You know exactly what this stuff is. Effectively, when certain plants are grown in soil that has very heavy metal content, specifically mercury, it actually takes on a silvery quality to it, and it will actually have like chunks of almost like a metallic substance embedded in its roots. And so they call it quickling, more like quicksilver ore. So it's like the quickling ore is what they call it. But essentially, it is a organically grown metallic ore.
Zora,
It's hard to find.
That is, well, yes, yes, okay. I mean, it's difficult. Okay, what he's like, kind of.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay.
Cool.
It's okay.
Yeah,
So
it's like it is one of the weird because again, it is literally a plant that forms and they absorbs and forms chunks of like an ore-like substance in its roots, essentially little nodules
okay.
of
Oh.
metal thing like that. So
So
Herbert.
I will buy one now for 500 gold. I will buy one now, and then when I come back with this plant herb or thing that you're looking for, we get a discount on the second one.
I can do that. Yes, I appreciate a good supply
Very awesome.
always.
Herbert, you have been most useful, by the way, and most helpful. We really, truly appreciate it.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I appreciate your business and look forward to seeing you again at some point. And if you have any special requests for concoctions or potions or degrees of things, please feel free to let me know.
And may I possibly come off? It certainly isn't meant this way. It's more of a curiosity. Above table before I even ask this. I'm
Sure.
assuming I haven't seen a whole lot of Warforged.
The only one you've seen probably in your life is the one that runs the games room at the Fighting Unicorn in
Right.
Raven's Crest.
Okay. Yep. I remember. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Um.
They're especially like where you're from in Southern. There's none of them down there because they pretty much their primary place is up in Scarlos. That's where they were essentially created.
Herbert, may I ask you a question on the terms of possibly sounding rude?
All right.
What exactly are you?
I am what is known as a Warforged. I was essentially crafted and modified from an automaton who was given an organic form as well.
That is
So a melding of machine and tree essentially. And you look into wood.
Yep. I'll look over because I usually look at like him as like people like that, not as lesser, but like as machines essentially. Like he doesn't really. And this is the first time like truly interacting one with like that has feelings and emotions, or at least pretending to. I'll look over at Eldon and I'll be like, "Why don't you have one of these?"
Oh, Trevor, that is very rude.
No, I was just asking. Not everything is an attack on your personal character, Eldon.
No, not my character. His character.
Oh, sorry. I thought no. Sorry. I don't think I was. Herbert, were you offended by that in any way, shape, or form? I was merely curious.
Well, to imply that we would belong to someone else, that was the whole reason with my kind sort of left our previous employment initially, as I understand our history.
Let me elaborate on what I meant to say then, because I certainly didn't mean it that way. I meant, why hasn't he built one?
Oh,
Trevor, that is again very rude, Trevor.
It's not meant to be.
We're not actually built. We are essentially assembled from other Warforged. We will actually essentially meld parts together to form a new Warforged, and it will grow and develop into one of my kind. It's how things work. We originally were more metallic in nature and more subservient in a way, but we changed and then my kind migrated and ended up in a place where we were given new form.
For what it's worth, Herbert, I'm glad you did.
Eldon is like going to go and kind of like put his hand on Trevor's arm and kind of be like, "Okay, well, this is please." Trevor, can we
You know what, Eldon? Do you know what else is rude? Is burning people in the face with acid and walk away from him.
Here's the
like, you see Trevor get mad for the first time at Eldon. Like, fuck you. Like, you know what I mean? Just walk away, kind of. Not in like a rude, like actual mad kind of way, but like, really? I'm the rude one? And then like, yeah.
You want to enlighten him, Eldon?
Eldon is kind of like a strange expression crosses his face.
Eldon, if you want to say it, speak freely.
Both I will say Amethyst and Lucas there, you will see kind of for the first time that Eldon kind of looks, and tell me if I'm wrong here,
Real life,
sad.
Yeah.
little kind of broken
Like-
a bit, like he's
Yeah, yeah,
almost
yeah.
on the
Like-
verge of tears.
Yeah.
Hold on.
This is. Yes.
Yeah. So
Talk.
I mean, Trevor, it's sort of like so you kind of like as you walked away from there, like you can see he's like there's something seriously.
I'd go back to him if I seen that, like concerned.
I don't know that you. I don't think you had.
Like, if I had seen it, yeah, I was gonna say I
Yeah.
would definitely.
I mean,
go back.
essentially, do you see the impact that what you said had? So let's just see.
Nope, we're re-rolling that.
Nope.
Fuck that.
Yep.
Nope, inspiration.
Okay.
Damn it! No. God. I
Okay.
should have rolled for actual right clicked on
No,
that.
it's okay.
Nope.
So
that
you
was-
actually, yeah. So essentially, you kind of say that and don't quite catch there. It's not obvious. I will say this. It's the only
Right.
reason that these guys have a pass of 15 and 17. So it's like you just see that expression there, and so
And I'll say to the Herbert, thank you for your business and have a good day, sir.
you
And
as well.
I will
And
walk out.
he doesn't seem to have any sort of any kind of reaction to anything like that. I mean, they don't have a large range of emotion as you can tell. For the most part, there we're fortunate out. So, all right. So, do we have the rest of the morning and day here? Is there anything else you want to accomplish here before we? Is Eldon going to go and help out?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to as I'm walking, I look back towards the shop and take a deep breath.
Yeah.
And okay. I am going to go and assist the the airship and does anyone need anything before I go and help?
Eldon, I thought we were going to the graveyard.
Oh, yes. Well, oh no.
I mean, we could do both, but I thought you said you wanted to go to the graveyard.
Yes, that is on my list of things to do. Although, again, no. She asked for my help. Yes, and now I do not know what to do. Oh no.
Is there something specific at the graveyard you were looking for that we can go and look and you can go help?
Yes, I wanted to make sure there are no more undead and that we burn the place to the ground.
Well, we can make sure that there are no more undead, but the burning the place to the ground may not happen.
Oh,
I will make sure that they cannot rise from the dead. I can do that.
I suppose that would work. Although, if you wouldn't mind, setting fire to everything would also help make sure that it is no longer an issue in the future.
Yeah, I got a spell for that. We'll be okay.
Okay, perfect. Then I can go and help her with the airship. Yes. Okay.
Are we all okay with Eldon going to the airship while we go consecrate the cemetery?
We are not.
Okay.
Not really.
No, we are absolutely not. I remember having this conversation less than 24 hours ago about, in fact, not splitting the party, and you all, in fact, want to split the party.
Yes.
No,
not
we
counting-
don't.
Seen that we
Not
No,
counting
no.
Amethyst. I was gonna say I'm not counting Amethyst in this. I'm mostly talking to Eldon and stuff like that. So Eldon, let me ask you this: How long do you think this is going to take?
Well, she said in her letter that with me being there, we could go faster. And
Right. So
That's what she said.
I will say,
It is.
I will say,
literally.
the graveyard's not far from here, right?
I mean,
No, the graveyard's
I mean-
on the other side.
well,
Why
essentially,
don't we
you're
go
gonna
into the
past
graveyard
airship
thing?
yard. Yes, I go.
Just why don't we all do one together and then do the other
Then
one
go
after?
Eldon. You've taught me a lot. Here's the words are hard. English is not my first language. I barely speak common. Anyway, sorry.
He's fluent in moronic.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I am a master, 3, legit. Anyway, why don't we go? Your original idea: go to the graveyard, do what we are supposed to do there, and then we'll all help you, or at least I will for sure. I don't want to speak on everyone's behalf, but at the airship. Like, there's things I can help you with. I'm really good at passing you tools. We've elaborated that at least, and I've built some kind of cool stuff myself. So
Yes,
I'm
you
sure I
are
can be helped to you.
very helpful
Yeah.
with handing me tools. This is true.
But I built some things like, okay, and then I'll look kind of offended again. Like, but I was like, why don't you help us with the graveyard real quick, as it was your idea anyway, and then we'll head back here post haste and help you. I'll hand you whatever tool you want me to hand you, and that way we can literally kill two birds with one stone.
I don't understand why the graveyard isn't already consecrated ground.
Well,
Shh, it already is. He just doesn't know that. I'm putting an extra spell on it for him.
Right.
Well, it was
And
being run.
technically, there were zombies that came up, and I don't think we really dealt with those dead zombies before we just did the thing and then brought that guy to the authorities.
hence why I would like to burn the place to the ground.
We should definitely burn bodies.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, so-
we should go back to the cemetery and clean up our mess. Is basically what I'm saying.
So you walk and talk as you head up toward the cemetery itself, and it doesn't take long. One point of clarification that you'll realize, Eldon, is that in the message you also would have found out the airship, the Sable Drake, is actually back up at the airship yard, being repaired there.
Which is the other direction.
No, it's actually right up here.
Oh.
So you're going up that way.
Oh shoot! Yeah, we're going that way anyway.
Yeah, so you're actually going to go by. So essentially, out this gate here, right up here is the airship yard. You're going over here. Okay. So it's actually not far away. You're actually going to be within view.
A quarter of a mile.
You're going to be within view of the airship yard as you turn and go around toward where the graveyard is. So it doesn't take long. You're head up the lift. You're able to move along the graveyard there and into the graveyard itself there. You do see the airship yard kind of off in the distance as you turn toward the east and head along the wall and then down over to where the graveyard itself is. It is daytime, so when you get there, so obviously the place has a very different look and feel to it. As you enter the graveyard there, the gates are still open. And you can see that there's been signs that there have been signs that people have been moving through here. So essentially, it looks like some maybe guards or somebody else has come to this place and checked it out.
Right. So we locked it, didn't we?
The door, yes. The gates, yeah.
Okay.
So the gates are open, and actually, and there's signs of footsteps. People have moved through here at some point. Probably yesterday, while you guys were reading and doing anything else, that somebody came up here and checked things out. There's no sign of zombie bodies. There's no sign. There's still signs of scorch marks on the area where the fireball went off during the fight before. There's still scorch marks. Yeah, and let me move us back to the grave. Actually, let me move us back to the graveyard real quick. Where is that? Where'd it go? Come on. There it is. Okay. And we'll move you guys back into here. Essentially, yes, we'll take him off the map. He is not here. But yeah, pretty much this area over here, with the fireball out there, a lot of the stonework and everything else along here was scorched by the fireball. There's signs that where zombies would pull themselves up out of the ground, but there are no bodies there any longer. Sora, you set off your divine sense immediately, and you do not detect any sense of undead in the area at all.
I didn't before either. That doesn't change.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You didn't sense it the first time there until she sort of appeared, then it went off as a warning bell almost. But at least looking around, you don't see the presence of undead.
I would like to go into each of these buildings and do a good investigation check, make sure there's no secret doors leading into more crypt things.
Okay.
All that kind of stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Go ahead and put yourselves on the map, kind of where you want to check things out, and then give me either observation or perception, depending on what your kind of what your take on, or sorry, observation, or perception, or investigation is what I meant to say, um, to see what avenue of observation
Guidance.
you're taking. Okay, sure,
You know what?
nice.
I'm gonna do something silly. You know what? No, I'm not.
Sure.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay.
I actually get out my coin and like go to like do the thumb thing underneath my middle finger for a second, and then I don't, and I just twirl it in between my fingers and like pop it back up into my wrist.
Sure. Okay. So again, so where are you guys looking? So you're looking down there. Amethyst. Oh, you're on a map twice here. Let me move you off. Are you able to move that one? Okay. So Amethyst, you're. So who's heading where in the? So I know where you're.
Well,
So,
actually,
so
let's
what you
stay-
find out depends on where you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Let's
Lucas,
stay
I will
together.
just say,
Let's stay
Lucas,
together.
you're
Sorry.
sort of like
We
kind
need to stay together in case she's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So you stay
we'll
within
check
view
this
of each other at least.
this building first. Yeah.
Okay. Um, in that building, with a 25, you're fairly certain there's no like secret passageways or nothing else like that. There's essentially this building is a large mausoleum type thing with like crypts on the side there, marble, little doors that would have like that would pull up there and bodies to be stored inside. You see various bronze plaques with names of various people and families. Essentially, this seems to be a very high-end mausoleum slash crypt. There's no undead presence. It's just very quiet, very clean in here. It's well kept. The braziers outside on either side of the steps are cold, but there are large statues on either side of the building over here and here, just depicting very much sort of a guard type person there. So like a statue of of a man in armor holding a sword, essentially on either side there. Be able to with some finesse, you're able to get inside the building there and look around. And again, this is basically a large mausoleum, and you'll find something similar in the other buildings out here as well. So yeah, the first one here. Let's see.
Then I would move counterclockwise for all these. So this guy next.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Or anti-clockwise.
Sure. That works too.
Anti-clockwise, counterclockwise, same thing.
So you again this is a sort of it's a little bit of a strange structure when you walk inside there, being a round building. It's like you walk in and there's a central like round room with what looks like a fountain, but it's empty. There's nothing in it. Essentially in the center of the room there, and then it's a ring of crypts essentially. One, two, and they're sort of like in almost like spokes in a wheel in this one here. And you're able to sort of look in again, brass little brass plaques with names on them. There are a few that have no names on them that seem to be either not in use, or no, essentially waiting for someone, essentially. Maybe a family member hasn't passed away, but there's a space for them reserved, essentially. So there is.
Are they openable? Are they able to be?
You could
Yeah.
with some strength there. It's essentially, yeah, they're not like there's a hinged door, more like a essentially recessed stone thing there. So you could essentially with the right force and strength and that kind of pull it out there and open it up.
I think it's worth looking in at least the ones that are unmarked, in case.
How tall is this room?
This one's going to be about essentially it's a peaked roof, So the drawers are about like 3 foot and 6 foot, roughly. Or actually, more like 2 and 4, 2 foot, 4 foot or so, and then space above that, and then the central peak's about 8.5, maybe 9 feet tall. Kind of peaks up to a central area, right over the central um, uh, fountain-looking structure.
Can I activate my boots, kind of like float up and looking down? This doesn't appear to like be spirit like summoning or
You don't see
they.
any symbols or anything else carved into anything beyond just the names and everything. There's nothing. There's no strange runes carved into anything or symbols that you can see. There's no lingering trace of magic either. If you want to detect magic,
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to do.
Okay. Amethyst, are you inside there? I just want to see. I know Sora and so who's standing where here? Just, you guys hanging back, or you gonna go inside?
No, I'll go with them if they go inside. I'll go in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely have. I have detect magic going up as well, like the whole time. I brought out my little cog and
Okay.
ritual cast that. Make sure.
Right. All right then. So again, no trace of magic in this room. No sense of symbols or anything else like that. Did you want to open up one of the unmarked ones?
Yep.
Okay. With magic and or strength being in use here, you're able to kind of, as you basically slide the stone like only a doorway, but there's almost like a drawer, and pull the front of it off there. There's an open space inside. It's dark inside there, and it's just sort of a cold stone slab that goes deep, about maybe 8 feet into the wall. You shine your torch in there. It's a bit dusty, um, uh, but there's no sign of anything in here as far as you can tell.
Um. Okay. That is 2 buildings down. We have a couple more to go. Everyone. Let's stay together. Yes.
Okay. So you go through, and it's similar. The buildings are the different orientations. These ones down here are just small, uh, very small crypts there. Obviously, a single family would own these small crypts here, and you're able to move through. There is an open grave sort of back in here. You check it out there, and it doesn't seem to have any specific, like essentially it's a body will likely be placed inside of it. It's not recently dug, but it's definitely an open grave down, right over here. You're able to check each of the buildings here, and again, it's just different orientations, similar theme, similar style, and effectively, there's not really a change in decor or anything else like that. You're not picking up any undead presence specifically in any of these spaces here. At one point, there is in this building right here, there is signs that someone was in here. As you see that there are not, you see that there are chains against the wall, and there are signs of potentially blood or something on the inside of the manacles. There's some we hold up to the wall there. There is no sign of blood on the floor, the walls, or anything else.
Interesting.
There's
Detect magic. Anything?
no sign of magic. Nothing was so. Trevor, are you in there?
I'm with. Let's see. Yeah, I'd be up here. I'd be exploring any buildings. Probably the Eldon. Like if they're working in pairs, I would be. With Eldon, I would imagine.
Okay,
Trevor,
so give me
We're trying
a
to stay
survival.
together more than anything.
Give me a
Trevor,
survival
please
check.
come
Survival?
here and look at this momentarily. I think I
Yeah.
found something.
Okay. You can definitely see that there's signs that someone was sitting on the ground. You can't really tell how long ago, but obviously that someone was sitting there chained to the wall at some point. And you see that there's a second set of chains kind of in the corner over here. So although there's not signs that one wasn't used as recently, you get that much at least. There you can't really tell size or anything else. I mean, again, the chains look to be they could be adjusted to hold anyone from small size to medium size, but Eldon, with your increased intelligence, you probably realize that this may be where the vampire was keeping people to feed on.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
The lack of blood spilled in the area,
Yeah.
and no sign of a body or anything else like that. But there were zombies that were raised, so they could have been victims of the vampire himself.
Okay.
So this seems to be that.
Ooh, I want to burn this place to the ground. Okay.
There is no sign of any undeath. There is no sign of arcane. It's just a place, obviously, where someone was kept.
I will say Eldon. I'm assuming most of this place is made out of stone, right?
Yeah, a lot of it's stone. I mean, there are wooden elements, maybe some cross beams that are in wood.
Right.
So burning the interior of these places might cause them to collapse.
Right.
But it wouldn't cause like bonfire in the area or anything else.
I don't really think the town would be very happy if we burnt down their cemetery, though.
No,
there's got to be another way.
I'm just saying what I would like to do, not what I will do. But yes,
what we could do. Oh no, Eldon, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. So, one last building, before we do the main building over again, just to make sure we did not miss anything. So yes.
Okay. Amethyst and Lucas, give me a perception check. The two of you, based on where you're standing at the moment. Let me just do something real fast. Don't mind that roll.
Why?
Wow.
Because it was
I
Okay.
do mind that roll actually
Okay.
a bit.
Me too. I demand you re-roll it right now.
I know. I think you should roll with disadvantage because he did say ignore it.
Okay. Not a problem there. So effectively, this building here is similar to the one down here, but it's larger. It's actually taller. So you see like 3 rows of drawers, essentially of crypts, and there is what looks to be a section where you can go down underneath.
Yeah. Taking out a couple of my, magical tinkering lights, little globe things. I'll twist those, and they're like hovering as they like try. I found a. Yes, we should go check the room down here. There are stairs, everyone.
Hold on, Eldon. It's just you and me. Everybody else is still outside.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone, you should come inside.
No, I'd be with him. I just haven't moved my character yet. I'm still.
No worries. So again, this room is about 9 to 10 feet on the edges, peak up to about 12 feet or more at the central area. A much more elaborate looking. This one actually has a statue in the center instead of a little fountain looking thing, and the statue is of what looks like a gargoyle that it's sort of like it's kind of like in sort of just a more of a resting pose there, with hands outstretched and just sort of like almost like looking off to one side. Essentially, it's an oddly peaceful looking gargoyle for the most part, but you're able to go down the stairs, and as you go down, there's a very earthy smell down here that you can't mistake. It is pitch black. Obviously, there's no lights down there as you move down into that space. And
Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
I have lights.
Yeah,
Okay.
Eldon has lights.
Between Eldon, you and Amethyst, do you have enough light to kind of to pop things up where you need to go there and keep keep plenty of light as you move down into the space. And what you find is, with obviously more of the walls down here are stone slabs, but right over here where this tree is outside, roots have grown through the stones and broken it open. And there's dirt spilled over the floor and everything else. This room has not been accessed very much at all, as far as you can tell. It's almost been like it's been down here and forgotten, at least in terms of like cared for like the rest of the place. You will see signs of footprints. Not sure if they're how old they are specifically, but you'll definitely see that there's signs of people who come down here. And Sora,
Yes, sir.
you don't catch any active presence of undead, but there's definitely a feeling that there was some here. Lucas, Amethyst, as you move along there in the lights there and kind of check things out there, you will find that there actually is a false passageway in the stone. As you're looking there, and Eldon, you'll spot this too as you're kind of investigating the walls on the outside there, that goes from here over to the building. And you know the building, and it dawns on you that in the building over here, when you went downstairs, the room with the coffin in it was in this lower corner over here. There is there's no doorway on the other side. What you see are gaps in the stone. There's no way to open that. The wall the passageway sort of ends in a stone wall, but there's gaps in it. Like the bricks don't quite fit together. But there's good like an inch gaps in various spots in the stone.
So you can misty step through it.
Or mist
Or
through it.
misstep. Yeah, mist.
Mist
She can misty
form.
step or mist step.
Yes. Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, Lucas.
Okay.
See.
At least you went Sora this time.
Right?
Right? I was saying the same. I clicked on a button and then it made the sound. And I was like, oh no, not again.
Oh, what happened?
Um,
So, yes, you will find a way that a vampire, if not the vampire, was able to get in and out. And looking what you're looking at now, you will see that it's something similar on this side where there's gaps in the stones and everything else that could be moved through without having to be opened.
hmm. Well,
So,
I think that we have maybe settled our. I still don't like it. I feel like we might be missing things, but that is kind of the nature of the beast that we are dealing with. Yes.
Maybe we should look in every single tomb on every single, grave.
Every that is a possibility. Although we may run out of time, we do need to get back to Raven's Crest sooner than later. Although now that it is a new day, Amethyst, can you ask your relations individual if things have happened? Anything?
She would tell me if something happened.
Okay. Just making sure. Yes.
it's been quiet.
Is Elia back at Raven's Crest yet?
I believe so. She is, isn't she, Jen?
Can you ask her if Catherine's gotten there yet?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll just ask her now.
Okay. So you put message there. Oh, hi, Catherine. Yeah, she's here. Last time I went to the house, she's here. She arrived with A wagon that came through a few days ago. Yeah, I think that's all seemed to be, as far as I know, everything's fine. She didn't seem to feel alarmed about anything when I saw her. The town sort of, I mean, no one's spreading around that there could be a problem, but they're kind of wondering why we're on kind of high alert. So rumors are starting to spread. Is there any new information?
I'll obviously tell her. It's going to have to be 25 words at a time, but
Essentially, yeah. At this point,
Yeah.
you can essentially converse back and forth, and so it's kind of
Yeah.
string it together as you go
I mean, I
along.
probably would have told her already.
It's almost like you're tweeting at each other in terms of like you can get a pretty good information across, but then you have to kind of like back and forth there. So limited number of characters in your responses. So yeah, there's definitely concern. Everyone's kind of obviously worried. The guards are on high alert, but there hasn't seemed to be any problems yet. So guess no news is good news.
Yes, you can tell her that no news is wonderful news. Yes. And
Em,
tell her thank you, Amethyst. Awesome.
Em,
No
did
problem.
you have any weird dreams or anything the last couple nights?
Yes,
Oh,
we all
that
did. Did you?
Uh, yeah, kind of. Um, I don't know if it was a dream or not. I mean, I don't seem to have visions the same way you do, I don't think, and they aren't quite as detailed, but I kept smelling something really gross, and I thought it was something bad in
Eggs?
the room.
Was
Yeah,
it? Yeah, I got that too. Rotten eggs.
yeah. I don't know what that is, but it just catch whiff every now and then. It's really bothering me because I kept thinking that something's gone bad and keep looking around for it and I don't see it.
Sora thinks it might be sulfur.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I don't know, but um,
I don't like any of this.
I mean, the only thing that smells like that I know of is bilge water.
It's what water?
Oh, bilge water. It's a village up to the north on the coast, a fishing village.
Oh,
They have hot springs there, and it sort of always smells like that when the wind blows a certain way. It's nobody really goes there because it's kind of
oh.
gross.
Maybe I need to go there.
And we'll just
go
kind
where?
Bilge water?
so I'll just
Yeah.
kind of point this out. So for a little bit of a
Sending off on another freaking cliffhanger.
as
Continue.
we wrap
As
things up
normal.
here, as we're starting ready to wrap things up here, here's Craven's Rest right here. As far as you know, you've actually learned that, Trevor, a couple things.
Mhm.
Up here, in this region up in here, is where Silverleaf Village is.
Okay.
That right there is Bilgewater.
All right.
So, based on that location there, you realize that whoever told you it's a week by horse to get to Silverleaf. It'd be about a week and a half to 2 weeks on foot because you are going up into the hills. And while there is a road that heads up that direction, it's essentially not as well developed as a road as what heads over between Craven's Rest and Port Oris and Craven's Rest and Shorehaven. So, um, so yeah, that's about where things are there. Eldon and the crew there. When you get back to the airship yard, find out there. Greta's very happy to see you, especially because you can help out with some of the repairs.
Oh yeah.
She tells you it's been a little rough. I had to jump in and help out with repairs too because the two of their technicians have just up and quit, left town. Just
Airship
weird.
technicians.
Yeah.
Huh.
Nobody knows
I
where they
mean-
went, but they didn't leave a note. They didn't leave any kind of a resignation letter or anything else. They did. They just were gone. All their stuff was gone. About
I mean,
a little less, a little over, about 5 days ago or so.
that was around the time when they finished reading the book, right?
Not quite.
Hey guys, I actually have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I know we're ending, but yeah, I'm just
Okay.
letting you know. So you didn't think I was just in the middle of being rude and leaving?
Yes. How interesting.
Put the camera
I
down.
mean, there are times when people, resign positions to seek lives elsewhere. That could have been simply it.
Well, I sure hope so. It would be bad if, I mean, if anything else were to happen.
Yes.
I mean, there aren't. It's not like there's a whole lot of people that can work on airships running around everywhere. That's a pretty specific set of skills.
Interesting. What were their names? Out of curiosity.
Oh, it was a Starla and Sigrid.
Did we meet Sigrid?
I don't think so. You didn't spend much time in the actual airship yard itself.
Okay.
I mean, she was like, I mean, frankly, I know that the one who runs the place there, the really tall one, the elf there, she's kind of a taskmaster, and it's not
Yes.
uncommon that people up and quit. They don't want to deal with that, so it could be that's what's going on, but I don't know. It's
I mean, I'm not much of a people person either. I mostly prefer results. So, out of curiosity, what was the feeling of other people's feelings toward Sigrid and their friend?
well, I think they were. I mean, what I hear anyway, I've seen them before. They're fine at what they do. They just they do their work. They get things done. Um, I don't know why they would have left, but that's where we're at. So that's why I'm up here fixing the ship myself. And
Yes,
so if you chip in, we can
of
get some
course.
things done, I think.
Yes, let's work.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. And so as we wrap up there, Eldon continuing to work there throughout the rest of the day for the most part there. Trevor helping out where needs to. If anyone else is going to be hauling materials around or doing whatever needs to be done, holding things in place to help people out there, any help is appreciated. The repairs are effectively are completed, and Greta will tell you that we get things resupplied. We can take off in the morning.
Perfect.
Can we just sleep here? Do we have any place else we gotta go? Can we just work, get real tired, and fall asleep here?
I suppose so. It's a little weird to sleep in the shipyards, but I mean, I did it last
meant-
night, so
On the ship, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can sleep on the ship. Yeah.
that's up to you. The ship is here in the shipyard. It's not back in town. So, I mean, hey, it's what I did last night. So, sure. I mean,
Yay,
the rooms are still
party
here.
on the ship.
All right. So,
Uh,
as you guys sort of work yourselves into the evening, uh, Greta sends out messages to the captain. Everything else that you're able to be taking off in the morning, a full day ahead of schedule, essentially. You're able to prepare yourselves and your next leg of your journey. So,
What was the name of that potion on that I bought from that store so I can put it on my sheet?
it's not on. It's not going to be in there. So I'll create one. Sorry. Yes, you have it there. It was. Oh shoot. I'll give it to you. I need to go back through my notes and find it. I want to do that right now. So.
Yeah, you said it was the name of the store, so that's about what I can remember.
It's yes. The Steel Wind Flask was the name there, but yeah. So basically, it was something similar to that. So yeah. So anyway, with that here, we'll go ahead and wrap things up for the week. Again, sorry we're going to be out for 2 weeks, as a couple players are gone next week and I'm gone the following week. So we'll be back on
So
September
sad.
10th. If you did enjoy watching me, please make sure you subscribe or follow or whatever it is on the channel you're watching on or anything else. And if you miss anything, don't forget you can go back to all of our videos on YouTube on Tumble Tanker there. And appreciate you guys hanging out and watching and enjoying our craziness with each other. Hopefully everyone had fun today. And with that, is it 2 weeks from now? Take care, everyone. Have fun.
Have a good night.